Code names.
Code names.
Code names.
Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us...
It's Code Names Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Code names.
Code names.
Code names.
Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Code Names Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud. Nami.
Hello there, folks. We are back here and we're starting off the UK Games Expo and our live stream for Sunday, and we are diving right into it this time around because we are here with Dave and Mikhail from Archon Studio, who are doing absolutely awesome stuff when it comes to, well, pretty much everything, I think, at this point. You know, board games, war games, miniatures, terrain, pretty much everything at this point. Yeah. Could you guys sort of like introduce yourselves and sort of tell us what you do with Archon? So.
Yeah, sure. I'll allow Michal to introduce himself first. He's the big boy.
Hello, I'm Michal. It's on, okay. I'm Michal, I'm Archon COO. Hello, everybody.
And Dave.
Oh,
and Dave, he's there.
I'm Dave, that's all you need to know. I'm a content creator.
Okay,
It's very loosely defined job. It's like sometimes painting models, sometimes doing concepts, who knows. Oh, it's suddenly got louder.
There you
Shabba.
go. Yeah.
Yeah, now you can hear yourself. It's all together, you know.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. So the first thing I wanted to dive in with you folks is essentially what you can see in front of us, because one of the big things that you've been working on over the last couple of years at the moment has been the Dungeons and Lasers range, which is, as you can see here, a lot of amazing terrain for role-playing games, but also for war games and all that kind of thing as well. Could you sort of like talk us through kind of what we've got on show here and sort of how it all came about?
Sure, yeah. Well.
Sure, yeah. So in Dungeons and Lasers, we are focusing really much now on our Prismacast technology, with pre-painting terrain. As you can see, this is the first of a new Caves release Deep Mind set. So yeah, it's working really good. Yeah, to save time, to save time of modelers and players. You know, with the painting. Yeah.
It's got like all sort of connectors underneath, so you can actually build it exactly how you want. It's got what we call little pinions with little plugs as well, so you can build as you go along there. So that's just a cover bit there. I don't know if I want to flip one of these over. I don't want to. Maybe my gorgeous assistant could do a bit of flippity.
What?
No.
What
Nothing's
do you want me
coming
to
off. I wanted to show some of the pinions and plugs underneath.
You put it together so well.
I want this assembled right now, but
no, we don't want to break anything. But trust us, it all goes together very nicely, very easily.
Yeah. You can assemble, disassemble, put it back in the drawer. The paint is really hard. Doesn't really take worn off of this, so it's okay.
Yeah. This is one of the things I think is quite important, because obviously it saves a lot of time for those dungeon masters who are probably going to end up doing a lot of the painting of everything if they were going to get all that stuff in sort of regular plastic or resin or 3D printing it, whereas they come to you guys and get this stuff, it's all just ready to go straight out of the box, which is pretty cool.
Their dry brushing hands can have a bit of a rest for a little bit.
That's very true.
It's much easier for
and
them.
the cave system's absolutely gorgeous, absolutely love it. And there's so many little details and things that you guys have worked into it, and I like that you've gone to the effort of having all the different colours in there as well, so it doesn't just feel like one complete set in there. So.
That's the beauty we have with the Prismacast system, is we can do all of the designs on computer and sort of say, okay, we have this color's going to pop here, this one's going to look nice there, just to really sort of make it look, you know, those differentials make everything pop and come out really nicely.
And on top of that, you could always paint it.
You could,
Yeah.
You don't
Everything
have
want
to keep it
is-
this way. You can have it however you
it's
want.
fully paintable. The paint will not go off. It's okay.
Yeah. Very awesome. I want if you could pass me over that Deep Mind set as well there.
Yeah,
for
of
me,
course.
Mikael. This is another one of the like amazing sets that you guys have worked on as well. What is it like when you guys are sort of like coming together to sort of think up ideas for what you're doing? Is it basically just sort of based on kind of like, this is a kind of dungeon staple that we want to bring to the tabletop, or do you have like, no, I'm doing a campaign right now and I need this, so this is going into production kind of thing?
It's kind of like it's a great creative process. Like always at the beginning, it's fantastic. We think, okay, what can we do? What should we do? What's very popular right now? Yeah, get rid of that white tag there. That doesn't come with the set. And then we just sort of sit down and think, okay, this is our idea. How can we expand it? Like with caves, we had so many great sort of things where we could have like moving parts, and we could have like some traps, some bridges and everything. So if we can really push the envelope with each new set that we come out with, that's what we really strive to do, just to challenge ourselves kind of.
Do you have a particular favourite set from the ones that are available at the moment? Or
I was actually going to say the next one we've got coming up would be my favourite, but I can't talk about that.
I don't have any favorite because
they're all your favourites.
Yeah, all my favorites. Yeah, because it's it's whatever fits your campaign, whatever fits your gaming, what your needs. You're thinking of. Today we're going to the caves. Let's go. All minds. Okay, let's go there. Or,
Fantastic. So obviously on top of the terrain that you folks do for part of Dungeons and Lasers, another fairly impressive part of your collection is your wonderful plastic figures as well that you do, which are all in 28, 32 mil scale, so you can use them with a hell of a lot of war games and things. We're going to start small to begin with, because we also have some of these gorgeous figures here and this kind of thing, which pop up in a range of different products that you do. So
these ones are from Heroes of Might and Magic.
Yeah.
We have Archangel and what's the dragon? I'm not too familiar
and Black
with
Dragon.
Black Dragon there as well. Yeah.
So what's the process like when you're coming up with designing all the plastic kits? Because you've gone through quite a journey with these over the last couple of years. So.
Oh yeah. It's it starts off usually. We'll create a list of like desired things we want to have. Yeah. Then our very clever concept team, they'll design a couple of different poses, different looks, and then as a team we'll decide which one is like the best for that. Yeah. Then we'll do some different sort of angles for it, so the 3D team have got a lot to work with. Then from there, once they've built that and everybody's happy with it and we've got some nice poses, it moves on to CAD and CAM, and that's where all of the real magic happens, so that it can get finally printed onto one of these beautiful sprues that we have here.
Yeah, I'll bring that over so you can see that underneath the close cam for that second as well.
Because
all of this is hard plastic stuff that people will be familiar with, but you guys have really gone to the next level, I think, with your sprue design to make sure you can all sort of fit it in for people, which is quite nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all from HIPS, so the high impact polystyrene. A little bit softer than other companies, just so it's much easier to work with, it's a little bit more malleable, easier to chop out, there's not so many breaks, and we can still have some of those lovely details in there. Yeah. One of the biggest things we had when we sort of transitioned from our unicast resin system to plastic, we were wondering, are we going to have a big dip in detail? But then when we actually started doing it, like, you know what, actually it's just as good as like when we had the resin models, a little bit less, but no one's going to quarrel about those little tiny little bits, but I think they look great, even if I do say so myself.
Yeah, and one other thing I wanted to point out is obviously these were figures from the Heroes of Might and Magic, but one of the creations that has absolutely blown pretty much all of our team away, I think, when you brought this over, is the wonderful miniature for Balor here, who is just insane.
So the size of the Balor really is thankfully for our community, because as you know, in the campaign, he was growing with the campaign. So this is really our backers made that big. So and impressive. It's one of the best miniatures so far we made. So really impressive. For us also.
All credit goes to our sculptor Conrad. He was
Lugowski,
fantastic, because he put this really was like next level detail for everything we had before. When I first saw it, it blew me away, and I was like, I have to paint it. I just have to. and I just sat down for about 50 hours putting lights in it and painting it, and it was a gem to do. If I can geek out for a moment as well, like this little arm, this arm here, when that shoulder pauldron slides over those bits of spikes, you're like, oh, that's satisfying. So it's one of those lovely moments that I think only gamers can really appreciate. But
I was going to say, this is absolutely gorgeous work from you. Absolutely.
He also comes with the second option, instead of a sword, with a whip. I think if you, there is only a slight.
You can
we
see
just have a
there,
little picture in the back there.
and then I'll
the
switch
slide
it
picture.
round so you can have a look at it there as well. So you can have a look at that.
But feel free to open her up and have a
we
look
can
at
show
some
it.
sprues,
Open it up for us.
Yeah, we
Mikhail.
can
There
show
go.
it.
So, yeah.
In
So
grey.
Yeah.
while Mikhail, our lovely assistant, is doing that, can you sort of tell us kind of like where the future lies then for Dungeons and Lasers? I mean, you must have some really interesting things on the horizon, but sort of like, what can you tell us about?
Oh, I don't know what I'm. Well, actually, no. I think I can tell them a little bit. Just a little bit. What we've already told people so far.
Yes.
Castle. I can say castle.
Yeah.
I can say castle.
Oh, yeah.
So when we finish Port Haven, or when it was
that's enough.
finishing,
And you're fired.
yeah. Again.
No.
It was just a case of, okay, how can we go bigger than a ship? What can we do that's more than that? And I was thinking, okay, what sort of things do we like? We like medieval stuff, we like gothic stuff. Maybe we go the route of a castle. The idea is like you would have different rooms and different layers that you could just take off. And if you go by the same sort of logic as, say, like Castlevania, Symphony of the Night, each layer of it can be completely different. You could have a demonic room, you could have a library, you could have all these different things. This is the potential that we have, like at the beginning of every campaign, like thinking what we could do. We could have stairwells, we could have revolving doors, or like revolving bookcases.
Yeah.
These are things that are definitely within the tech that we have to do, but we'll see.
And
put the ideas out there.
Obviously, adding things in like the clear plastic as well in there as well, so you've got that extra effect, as we saw with Balor there with the flyer coming out the top of it as well.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous.
So if you have those modeling skills, you want to play with plastic, there you go.
I'm not sure how brave
I can see it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how brave I am, but I will still.
It's surprisingly easy. Like if you want to stick lights into Balor, I mean, this inside is all hollow. The only bit I really had to drill was just in the neck joint, just so that the light would. And there's an old Christmas tree light as well. I thought, why not? I should have done it.
You could.
You could use some little LEDs, or if you've got any leftover Christmas lights, have at it. Fill your boots.
Absolutely fantastic. Now, as I say, you guys do pretty much everything at this point. It's not just the Dungeons and Lasers stuff that you guys are working on, all the plastic miniatures.
Yes,
you
of
also
course.
do a lot of licensed games and things like that.
That's
so
right.
one of them is, and we can bring it over here. I'm
Look
not
out,
going to
it's
destroy
very heavy.
anything. I'm going to be very, very strong. Oh, there we go. Heroes of Might and Magic 3, the board game. And what was the journey to bringing that to life?
It's
Well, I mean, Heroes of Might and Magic was always a very big thing, especially in Poland. You guys, it was almost like a religion for these guys, and they. I honestly had never really heard of it. I wasn't much of a PC gamer, not Master Race or anything like that. But then when I saw it, I was like, actually, this is pretty cool. And then looking at what they had here to the actual PC game was like, that's almost like one-to-one what you'd expect transition from a PC to the actual game itself. And then it just got bigger and bigger. The community that sort of jumped on board, helped sort of build it and make it what it was.
Yes, and we want to expand the Heroes of Might and Magic range. Where it's not only a board game right now that we released from I think 3 years now. Now it's hitting the retail, but we expanded with a card game we recently announced, and also we're working on a wargaming aspect of Heroes of Might and Magic. Yes, it's also in the works. With great names behind them, so we'll see. It's very nice setting, very nice combinations of the models.
We've got some really good guys who've been working on the rules from that. Was Chambers and Jarvis?
Yes. And the Chambers and Jarvis Johnson.
Who are very well known and very, very good designers. And looking at what they've done, it's or some lovely sort of rank and file, but
Yeah, for rank and file.
it's
Fantastic.
Yeah.
some new mechanics in it. Oh, sorry, mechanisms. I
Yeah.
must get it right. Mechanisms, yeah. But they're the mechanics, and they made some lovely
Yeah.
mechanisms that just chef's kiss.
Yeah. So if you're a little bit of a fan of the classic fantasy and sort of a little bit of that retro ideas as well, and that artwork, you've got something coming up for you, which is pretty cool. So
Yeah, they've got those retro things, but some new twists on it,
Oh, okay,
which are
right,
just
yeah.
going to be. I think that people are going to love it. I hope.
yeah. So I mean, Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is just obviously one of the properties you've worked on. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the other properties and companies you've worked with over the years? Because there's quite a few. So
There are quite a few. We've like one of my favorite ones was Masters of the Universe.
Yes.
That was
Yeah,
a big
yeah.
grown up
From
as-
Mattel.
Yeah.
in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
We all love like the show, and I couldn't help. As soon as I got it, I think I've spent about a month just talking like Skeletor. Yeah, no, it's
I
fun.
can't say his phrase that I normally do because it might be rude, but I'll.
Yeah, as you can see, yeah, we are a little bit nostalgic. We have Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Then we have, of course, the Master of Orion that we've made to board game also.
Yes.
That will be released later this year. Yeah.
I mean, we're basically just big kids
Yeah.
looking through our childhood and saying, "I want to make that.
I want to make toys of that
yeah, I
and
wanna
play
Make
more
our
of it.
dreams come true.
Yeah,
Make your dreams
Yeah.
come true. Yeah, that's very true. For those people who aren't familiar with the game for Masters of the Universe, can you tell us a little bit about that as well? Because
Okay,
I'm
sure.
sure a lot of people will be fans of it and they might not have heard of the game.
So we've got two so far. We have Fields of Eternia.
Yes.
Came out a little while ago, but the thing that really sort of went big was I think there's some orcs over there. Was
they're big fans of Masters of the Universe.
Yeah, we love it too.
Battlegrounds. That was
Yeah,
it.
Battlegrounds,
Battlegrounds
yes.
track. Yeah, and that's our little sort of skirmish war game for that,
Yeah.
and that's done really well. People are loving the factions. We're getting more and more rolled out. I think we're now up to Wave 8.
Wave 8, yeah.
Wave
Yeah,
8.
Rise of the
because
Snakes.
you
Yeah.
folks have like really deep dove into it and
Yeah.
like
Oh, yeah.
found all the fun and interesting characters that maybe you didn't know from the show and stuff.
Yeah, we have.
so.
We are, right now we have plans up to wave 12, so it's 4 new waves coming
Yeah.
up. So we are still supporting the game.
Excellent.
Battleground is superb game. It's very
Yeah.
tactical, semi board game, wargaming, something like that.
Uh-huh.
So yeah.
It's just a case of like we just go for deep dives and just mining into like whatever we can find as far as like classics go for
Yeah, classics for the
Motu.
Motu,
Like
yeah.
oh, can we have that? And then we just ring up
Go
Mattel.
for it.
Can we have this one? Like, yeah, we'll check. Yeah, go on, have him. Like, yes.
Excellent.
I'm still hoping for Skeletine. He's an obscure one, but I want him someday. Skeletine.
So
My son, he'll be there.
I love your impression. Perfect.
I'll start with the remember.
Do it on the end. And remember, boys.
This is the thing. If you sit down at the table and you're playing those games, you can make those fun noises, have some fun with it. That's what you got to do. Make
Like I say,
funny
we're
noises.
big
We are
kids.
big kids. Yeah.
Now,
And
one
then-
thing that was quite a big part of my childhood and my teenage years as well is a little something called Starcraft.
Yeah, this is another big dream come true for us.
Yeah,
It's about time.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
about time.
Oh,
to-
God, that's cinematic.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, yeah.
What can you tell us about what your plans
are?
are for it? So yeah.
Oh, so our plans for this, we're going to go for skirmish war game, 90 by 90 to start off with.
To
but you
start
can-
off with.
Yeah, but you can fill out whole table, make it what you want. We're going to
Yeah,
have
so we're
rules for all
starting
of
from
that.
4 units with the heroes also, of course. All 3 races will go and will be released simultaneously on the day of the release. We are planning on having the pre-orders on the Q4 of this year for the
Wow,
Starcraft.
okay. Yeah.
And the initial release on the first quarter of next year.
Brilliant.
This is the plan.
Wow, nice.
This is the
yeah.
plan.
Yeah, straight to
Ambitious.
retail, no messing around. We're
Yeah,
going.
of
Brilliant.
course. Yeah. Starcraft will be made all in-house.
Yeah.
As you know, we are making plastics. We do
Yeah,
everything
yeah.
in-house. So Starcraft will be 100% made by Archon in
Excellent.
Poland in our factory.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, one of the other things I wanted to say about the StarCraft stuff that you guys have been doing is that you've really been engaging with the community. Like, you guys do lots of live streams and
Yeah.
Q&As and all that kind of thing. So if people want to learn a little bit more about your plans and stuff, where can they kind of like get involved with that?
I
Yes,
think it's
of
every
course.
other Thursday. We
Every
have an
other
AMA.
Thursday, we are talking. Jarek is making that Q&A
Yeah.
sessions, but for the Starcraft, we will have the separate
Right.
Yeah.
Like if you
streams.
signed up to our newsletters
But
as well,
if you sign
we'll
to
like
us
drip
letter,
feed
you'll
you
be
everything.
yeah. So now it is time to start revealing a little bit. We are finishing the first models, first two links. And we will show it. Next quarter will be very, very interesting.
Yeah. We're going to get. I mean, we have stuff to show, but it's agonizing because we just can't show it at the minute.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking if anybody comes around to see us at Essenspiel, we'll have a few little bits and bobs to show them.
So later in the year, in October time, we'll be seeing some more stuff.
We'll definitely have some. I mean, seeing as we're going to be around that time, Q4. Taking pre-orders, we're going to have something to show.
Excellent.
We'll show a lot.
Man. I have so many friends who are massive StarCraft fans, and when they saw that you were doing a miniatures game about it, I think it's what a lot of people have been dreaming of for a very long time.
For me and Jarek, this was like super special. We were like raised on the StarCraft. Archon is not a coincidence as a name of the company and stuff like that. So
you've been trying to get it for years now, haven't you?
We put it
7 years.
7 years, something like
that.
Yeah.
So it's all come together.
We put in all the love we can for the StarCraft.
Excellent. Wow. So yes, I mean, hopefully this has kind of wowed you with the amount of stuff that Archon have been working on over the last little while. If you're a fan of dungeon delving, you like your role-playing games, you even like your skirmish games and things like that. I know a lot of people have been playing Guards of Traitor's Toll recently, which is a game that's come out for a fantasy world, and a lot of people have been using your townsfolk and things for that, and dropping them into the mix, so it's a really nice section for that, and of course you use them as NPCs and all that kind of stuff as well. Build up terrain without having to do any painting either, which is always nice. Always good indeed.
You can focus on the models.
Exactly, yes. Then, of course, you've got things like Heroes of Might and Magic 3 and their board games for that, which is excellent. And then, don't forget, StarCraft, man. Get that, dive into that later in the year. It's going to be very cool. Now, I'm just going to say, this one's mine. I love all your work, Dave. I'm going to run off with this. Bye for now. No, I'm going to throw back to the studio for the guys in there.
You have to run very quickly,
Can he chase me down? Probably. I'm very tired.
Remember, I run fast when I get my demon.
And a great impression to end. I'm going to pass back to you guys in the studio to tell us a little bit about what's coming up for the rest of the day. And we'll see you folks very, very soon.
Hey. Hello. Welcome to Sunday. Jerry. Yeah, welcome to Sunday, everybody. It's last day, mate.
Yeah. Hopefully not the final day, but the last day of the expo.
Yes. So, have you had a good time?
I've had a very good time, with some time spent in the fish tank in between, where I got to put my feet up and watch what was happening in front of me and not have to worry about thinking up difficult questions like Ben.
Yes. Well, I got my first walkthrough yesterday, so I managed to get away and have an exploration of the halls. It's gigantic. It is gigantic. Unlike previous years where I've had a scope around before we've sat down to do the live shows. This year I didn't get the chance to do that, so I was straight into Hall 2, straight up to the fish tank here, and straight at it. Yesterday I did get a chance to have a walk, and I managed to get lost.
Good.
It just goes on and on and on. And I was in a hall that I'd never been in before, and I didn't realize I had moved from one hall to the next. It's so seamless and so large.
I will say that for people who haven't been here this year, but maybe have been previous years, it used to start at Hall 1, and you would have to come up a set of steps or up the ramp into Hall 2. Now it's Hall 2 is the first hall, and then it just goes round. So it's all one level, so you don't notice
You don't notice as much the transition. Yeah.
And it is massive.
It is. It's really, really big. And the organisers have created more aisle space. Yeah. So I noticed that it was...
few people mentioned that yesterday.
Yeah, it's been good. It was nice. It was... I don't want to say it's relaxing. It's never relaxing at something like this because there's just too much shiny on display for it to be relaxing. But it didn't feel high pressure or anything like that. So it was lovely just to walk around and see some of the stuff. What I particularly enjoyed was a lot of the the small independent crafty kind of creators.
Yes.
So I was seeing a lot of like custom dice kind of things and custom props and stuff for RPGs. Yeah. And yeah, there was some really nice stuff going on.
And artists and the like as well. There's a couple of little areas where it's almost like artist alleys.
Yes.
So if you're just looking to pick up some bits and pieces to dress off your room, even if you're not planning on using them in a game, it's just nice to see, nice to have.
Yeah, it was fantastic. So today we have, obviously, a final day. We'll be showing you some more bits and pieces that we've recorded from around the event. But we have Cubicle 7 joining us today. We have Letter and we have Rebellion Unplugged. And then, obviously, the all-important awards and the painting awards will be on your screens from about 3 o'clock on this afternoon.
So if people have been on the OnTableTop website on the daily menu for the UKG, you'll notice the painting competition is set at 2 because it was originally going to be at 2, and they've moved it so it's going to be part of the award ceremony. So we'll have the UKG awards for the audience choice, the viewer's choice, the people's choice. Their awards will be handed out first, and then the painting competition will be after that. So it's slightly moved in the schedule. Instead, you'll have myself and Ben will be gently whiling away the hour from 2 o'clock, covering some bits and bobs that we think people should be seeing. So you'll have that instead. So yes, if you are looking at that menu on that screen in front of me, then it means you are probably behind me. But yeah, so the painting competition now is now rolled into the Expo Awards from 3, not 2 p.m. It's the only change. But I thought I'd let you know in case you've planned your day around it. Who knows? Somebody might have.
I think I had.
Well, fair enough. That's how that one goes.
So, yeah, on the Archon stuff,
yes,
I love all that pre-colored dungeon stuff. I've got to say, oh, that totally does it for me.
The Prismacast, isn't that?
Yes,
the name of it. It's a spectacular range of stuff, and you have to admire the execution of it, getting it hand painted to begin with, and then using technological wizardry to translate that into a repeatable, machinable process.
Yeah,
is baffling.
It's so good. I have worked with some of they have the mines set, so I've been playing with that, but I have been drooling over that caverns set now for a while. It just looks so good, and they recently were on Kickstarter with Porthaven,
yes,
which had a big full color ship in it as well. So if you're into your RPGs or your skirmish games or you could use it for almost anything.
Yeah,
and I can't stress enough the paint jobs on them are actually really top notch. And whenever they said you can paint it, hot tip for you guys at home, I discovered this. You don't have to start from scratch. You don't have to prime these things, okay? What you can do, the surface, the UV cured paint surface, will actually take some paint nicely as it is. So I
don't have to destroy the underlying work. You can just build on it.
You can just build on it.
Yeah.
So if you have your heart set on, do you know what, I'll touch this up a little bit. If you have the capability, you can do that. Nothing's stopping you from priming it and starting completely from scratch, but I kind of don't see the point.
No.
So
I mean, I know at the initial launch, the pieces were available as plain plastic or Prismacast.
Yes.
And I assume they still are. So if you're somebody who has a very specific idea in mind, you can save yourself a few quid and just get the plain plastic. But if you're paying extra to have it painted, why run the paint job?
Exactly. Yeah. Paint pens.
Yeah.
Just go in with some paint pens and pick out any extra details you want. Or write graffiti all over it. Goblin-themed graffiti.
That's the way to go. Right there. Everything at knee height.
So you could have your own goblin version of Spanksy.
Yes.
And he just leave his mark all over the dungeons.
Over the place. Plenty of shrooms here, there, and everywhere.
Right, we are going to be sitting down in a couple of minutes' time with Cubicle 7. So we're going to run a quick break while we get set up for that, and then when we get back, Ben will take you on another journey A journey of the mind.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 seconds.
Hello. Jerry, you catch me unawares. You keep me on my toes the entire time that we're here. I have been rejoined by the wonderful Dom from Cubicle 7, and we're going to be talking a little bit more about role-playing games.
Yes.
Because yesterday our focus was very much on diving into what you do for the Worlds of Warhammer, which is fairly extensive. You can obviously make sure to come and check that out and sort of watch the videos on the live stream, watch it back and hear what Dom had to say about those. But another aspect of what Cubicle 7 does is that you provide a whole range of different books for those people who are diving into 5e games. So, could you sort of walk us through your kind of like philosophy and sort of how that all came about and sort of what you do? So,
when 5e came out and all of us publishers were eagerly sort of awaiting publication of the first OGL to see what can we do? So when that came out, I think the first thing that occurred to me was, well, you know, we had the One Ring that had gone down very well. But I'm always aware that there's some groups where they don't want to learn another set of rules. I can understand that. You know, that they want to stay with the game that they've been playing. So bringing all of the great the great expansions and adventures that we did for the One Ring over to 5e just seemed like a really good idea, and you know, a good way to get it out there to more people. So that's where Adventures in Middle Earth started, and I think we were one of the first sort of big settings that jumped on board with the OGL. So it was a little bit scary as well, just to see how that would land. But no, it went fantastically well. So that was really good. And I think, you know, my approach to working with 5e is always, you know, with all of the games that Cubicle 7 publish, And my design philosophy is that you really want the game to feel like the thing that you're, like the setting that it's using, or basically the themes of the game. You want the mechanics to reinforce that. You want it to not have a jarring disconnect. When you've got your investigative game and there's 7 million pages of guns and things like that. It gives the wrong kind of setup, really. So. I think that worked really well, and an example of that then was like the journeys in Adventures of Middle Earth, which we after I withdrew from that license, we developed that concept of the journeys, and Uncharted Journeys was our first 5e book.
Do we have that here with us? I think.
I haven't even brought that one with me.
We'll talk about it then.
Uncharted Journeys developed that concept, and it was all with that one is about developing areas of the game that maybe might be skipped over, or I've never really liked the idea of the kind of random encounter. It's something that gets in the way of the plot, and if you're unlucky, it can end up in a 3-hour fight with that nobody's really invested in.
The DM didn't think it was going to happen, and the players weren't prepared. They did all the wrong spells and all that kind of thing. Because this was my first introduction to what you guys were planning with the kind of 5e mechanics and the journey things that you put into Lord of the Rings. I love the fact that, and it's something that I sort of said to you before we started filming, it kind of makes the things that people forget about in their D&D campaigns really fun and interesting. And I love the kind of planning aspect to what you do with the journeys with 5e and all your things. So it's all about picking who's going to be leading the party, scouting the way, looking for food, setting up camp, and all that kind of things.
Everybody has a role.
And then you bring out the maps and you start to plot your journey as you're going through, which is always fun and kind of takes me back to those days of Hex Encounter, Hex and Crawl, that's it, yes. Hex Crawl style adventures, that's it, Hex Encounter is an entirely different genre, but yes. So it has been really fun to see how it all comes together and kind of like making that element of role-playing.
And not taking up too much time, It's that, doing it in a way that's fun, a way that really adds to the story, just adds to the game, really, and adds to the feeling of the world as a real place that you're moving through. And, it's, the bits that aren't in shot still exist. The tree definitely makes a sound when it falls in the middle of the forest, So, and I think when we moved on to Doctors and Daleks, which is the Doctor Who 5e game, that was a real challenge because a lot of D&D, or the default trope of D&D is a bit more of that. You're killing things and taking their stuff, which isn't really the Doctor's style.
No, he tends to try and solve things peacefully.
So it was really satisfying to develop a non-violent conflict resolution system for 5e. It was interesting as well, I think, because it's not just Doctor Who where that comes in handy, and I think that you can sometimes wall off certain aspects of a setting just because the players aren't, or the characters haven't leveled up to be able to take that on. Whereas if you've got the non-violent system and something that really interacts with the plots that the big bads are doing, then even at first level you can have a meaningful encounter with a dragon, and you don't have to beat it to death. You just have to foil its plan.
Can you beat it at a game of riddles and all that kind of thing?
So that turned out to have some really good utility beyond the original intent, which was really pleasing. And there's a lot of cool stuff in that about using cantrips, reworked as quips. So that talk your way around things, that happens, and we debated a little bit before we introduced the term of doing emotional damage, but we thought that in some cases it could be appropriate.
I've watched enough episodes of Doctor Who that I have suffered emotional damage from the tear-jerking plots and all that kind of thing. So,
indeed. And you can do logic damage as well, so you can foil the Daleks by...
That's when I'm trying to put together the plot holes of it.
So, but again, you want to keep it recognisably a 5e game, so I always took the approach that you can change a couple of things. You can layer on one or two systems that really make the game feel like the setting, but you can't. You shouldn't mess with it too much because then it becomes another thing, and people don't want to learn another rule set. They can get their head around one or two extra things.
It must be a real design challenge. To kind of play within the the construct of something, but sort of tweak it. And,
Yes,
So it must take a while to sort of get it all together and things.
Yep.
When you get
No,
to
absolutely.
Yeah.
It's it's a great design challenge. I love it. Yeah, I really do.
You put your maths hat on and start thinking about.
Right, half maths, half philosophy.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
Now vanishing up to Sude's corner, but it's a great challenge. It really does test your design skills to do that well. And people don't expect it as well. We had a great internet explosion after we announced 5e Doctor Who, which it was quite fun because a lot of it was, why aren't you doing your own Doctor Who game?
Right, yeah.
Why don't you do design rules that'll be a better fit?
Yeah.
To which we were saying we did 10 years ago.
It exists. Why don't you go play that? Yeah.
So that was some fun pointing
for all
out.
those people whose major introduction to role playing was D&D and
Exactly,
5e, this is a really nice stepping stone.
Yeah.
It's the thing I always say about 5e related stuff. Yes, there are systems out there that are, suited to settings and all that kind of thing, and I enjoy those as well. But there are so many people who are drawn into the world of role playing via 5e. So for them to have that outlay is just a great way to explore more worlds, and then maybe step into something like your own Doctor Who.
Yeah, and I think with a lot of the support books that we're doing for 5e at the moment, so Hammer and Anvil
example,
here.
we have Hammer and Anvil here,
Mortar and Pestle,
nice.
And A Life Well Lived. They're a lot of the
we'll have a look
what they're trying
to talking.
Feel free to flick through. So that's which one have we started with? It's that Hammer and Anvil, isn't it?
Yes.
So that's crafting, and I think most excitingly as well for me anyway, invention. So you've got rules in here for inventing things that don't exist in your campaign setting.
Right. Yeah.
So now, obviously, there's some things that are going to be just breaking the laws, the laws of physics in your setting and things like that. So it's there's a good sort of balancing in there for that, and obviously the GM has the final say of what's possible within your setting. But giving the players the opportunity to become the Da Vinci of their campaign world. I think that's really cool. But you're crafting weapons. There's your enchanting magic items. There's the inventions, and in the Mortar and Pestle, there's everything about potions and
which is absolutely
growing
lovely
things.
as well.
And Oh, thank you. No, they come out really nicely. But so they're supporting what your characters can do.
Yeah.
They're also filling in some of around the adventures, so what you're doing in downtime.
Yes.
Some of those systems
which is what comes through in A Life Well Lived. Yes, and all these extra things. So
A Life Well Lived. It's got expanded life paths, so you have a lot more details for your characters, and one of the things that we did with that is I think not everybody likes to do a big backstory for their character. Some people just want to create their character and get on with the game. But some of the mechanical parts of character creation are woven in with the narrative in the life path system, so it gives you not just gives you your character buffs, but also it comes with a little bit of narrative that comes with it, and grounds your character in the setting a little bit. So it's maybe you've been working with a blacksmith who's an expert, and that you've got a +1 strength. Bonus
but why
because
did you
of that.
Have that?
And not only have you got that, the thing that you want for your character to make them more powerful. Now you've got that the character has a bond with your sword guy who makes all the amazing swords for you. So there's loads of plot or narrative opportunities to. If something happens to that person, or if they're threatened in some way, then you're emotionally involved in that world, and it's I think it just makes the experience of the table better for everybody when you've got that kind of
As a lifelong DM who is always answering questions from my partiers, can I do that? Can I make this? What happens if I take this part of a dragon and do X with it and all that kind of thing?
It's all in here.
It's all in these books, and I think that's one of the really nice things about this is that it's not just stuff there that's to help the DM tell stories. It's there to encourage the players to do something a little bit different as well.
Absolutely.
And I think it was particularly in the A Life Well Lived, I loved that you got a little bit more sort of those plot hooks and things in there to help develop characters and take them in different directions. And for people who are new to role-playing, I think something like this is really impressive because it gives them those cues to be like,
So
you've made your guy that's sort of based on someone you saw in a movie or something like that. Maybe you've made your own version of Henry Cavill's The Witcher or something like that. But then like, who is your Geralt? And sort of like, why does he do what he does? And that kind of thing. Who are his family? Has he loved and lost and all that kind of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And I think what's quite nice about it as well is that it doesn't just deal with the before and the during. One of the other things that you do with that is it's the after as well. So if you are somebody who has, you know, retired from adventuring and that kind of thing, you can follow through the story there, or what happened when they died and all that kind of thing. Which is always interesting.
You got your base building, so you can build your house. And your Mortar and Pestle, we got the garden part of that, which is it's
so many players
really cool.
that I have are all about the kind of possession of and the joy that they have for their characters and things. And sort of like owning a part of the world that's been created. And I think these books kind of really facilitate that. Which
it really helps, doesn't it? And I think we when people have that really strong character concept as well, part with Hammer and Anvil was to let people design the equipment that they have in their head for their character. You know, it's the I remember one of my teenagers. I really wanted as a teenager to have it was always a drow.
It's always a drow,
always
an
a
drow.
but this one had 2 hand crossbows.
Of course,
so
rather
wrist
than 2
crossbows.
swords.
Yeah.
And they were called Fire.
And it was really
Cinder.
unique. But also shock-absorbing boots, so that you could jump off a wall, then shoot like 7
you
people
can do
at
your
once.
hero landing before it was awesome.
Absolutely. So you can design those now.
That's so cool. That's so cool.
You're welcome, still 14-year-old me.
Also, what I quite like about what you've done with the 5e stuff, and it kind of ties it back into what we were talking about yesterday, is that things that you've done for the 5e systems to tie into kind of essentially wider fantasy worlds. You often bring into your other games as well. Like I know in Soulbound there are different ways to build weapons and that kind of stuff as well. And that kind of all feeds back. So it's a really nice cross-pollination between the two. So you've got ideas and philosophies, as you were saying, and sort of bringing them to all of your game ranges.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's sort of the implementation that we have for each then. So maybe we've got Broken Weave at the bottom.
I was going to say this was one of the things I really wanted to show off, because I am a massive fan of kind of Dark Souls-y, Elden Ring-y stuff. And so when you guys did Broken Weave, I was immediately on the Kickstarter. Can you tell us a little bit about this? Because this one's a little bit different. These are all kind of like
extensions
of a current campaign. This is a setting all of its own. So so take us through it.
With Broken Weave, we have one of the nice bits with that is it's basically set after an apocalypse has hit. So in the Broken Weave setting, as we presented, it's a magical apocalypse. Magic sort of broke down and corrupted the rules of nature, so time and space all started going a bit wibbly.
As it often does.
It does. But you can actually just apply it to your own setting as well. So it could be your setting is the before times. Or, we keep it vague and everybody's forgotten. Because the decay has become a real force in the world. It started to corrupt people. And it's, the land's been ravaged. Distance is changeable. So you may go to the same place twice. It'll be different distances apart each time. And the apocalypse has happened, though. I think one of the things I really like about it is the apocalypse is before. That's happened. The dust has settled to a certain...
This is like post-apocalypse almost.
So it's where the shoots of hope are starting to sprout. So what the characters are doing is trying to rebuild the world, trying to re-solidify the world by making memories, by one of the ways they found of cementing the physical space is by making waypoints and just making the world more concrete and real. And the more times you travel a route, the more solid that becomes. And the safer things when you're pushing back at that decay and reclaiming the world for people to try and get back to some semblance of. A nice life.
A nicer life.
Nicer life.
Because there's always something strange and weird in the background. And One of the things I always really won over with when it came to Broken Weave, and as you can see as we're looking through this, you've done so much work in kind of expanding what's already available to people in a fantasy setting, and it was something we looked at slightly earlier in this, maybe we can find it back in here, is the idea of place and havens and that kind of thing, and building up again that ownership of the world that's been created for the game. And then everything has a meaning. So the weapons that you own, the armor that you wear, the talismans that you walk around are links to places, people,
Yeah.
times, and they ground you within those realities and sort of save
Yeah.
you sometimes from those wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey moments where you step off the beaten path.
Yeah.
And that even, and it was something that was so good when I was diving into the quick start stuff for this as well.
Yeah.
Is the fact that your heroes have that kind of similar but different feel to what already exists in D&D. So if you like the fighter, there are still kind of ideals of that in there, but you kind of merge different ideas together alongside that, and also the idea that magic is sort of like a corrupting force and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful with that, and that your characters get slowly twisted and things over time and all that kind of things. And then my favourite, as you can tell, I quite enjoy Broken Weave, is that monsters are just incredibly dangerous. They are so dangerous.
It's a really. I love the one of the things I really love about it is the gods died as part of the magic apocalypse, and their bodies are sort of around the place. There's one haven that's built into the skull and the antlers of this ancient god that sort of died with its head hanging off a cliff, and they've hollowed that out and built across it. It's there's lots of really cool stuff. It's I know all the writers and artists who worked on Broken Weave had a wonderful time.
They really have. They
exploring
really
on
have.
this. There's a lot of imaginative stuff in there, so it's great fun to do.
I think I'm always overjoyed by when it comes to diving into the books is you just have loads and loads of tables. I love tables and rolling on things. It's always fun because you just leave it up to chance and see what happens, which is always interesting. So yes, Broken Weave, definitely check that out. I have a campaign that I'm running at the moment. Hopefully my players aren't listening to this at this particular moment, this time, but in about 2 sessions time, they're about to face down this deadly dragon that has been sort of ravaging the land, classic fantasy style. If they lose, I'm going to shift everything into the post-apocalypse kind of thing for Broken Weave, and all their characters will have their family lineages and things. It'll all be tied into a new story that's told through the setting of Broken Weave.
I hope they fail.
I hope they fail as well. I keep being like, oh, that dragon, real dangerous. Hope you've made that sword. Hopefully not. All that kind of stuff. So it's going to be really fun to see where they go with that.
Really cool.
But Broken Weave isn't the only setting that you guys have that's tied to 5e as well. So,
Victoriana was the next 5e setting, and we're just finishing that up at the moment. So we had a Kickstarter last year for it, and the core rulebook should be going out to backers in the next couple of weeks.
Brilliant.
So we're just finishing off the last bits of that. So there's a bit to do. So and then there's a couple of supplements that are part of the Kickstarter as well.
And that's a steampunky fantasy world that you've created.
That's right.
And has existed with Cubicle 7 for many years before this. Of
it
course,
has,
as well.
So it's had 3 editions over the years. From actually, it predates us. First edition predates with the second edition and third edition were the ones that we did. And
good to revisit that, I guess, as well.
So it's been great to give it the 5e treatment and advance the timeline towards the end of the Victorian period.
Cool.
So it's a little bit more shiny, whizzy.
Love it.
There's some really cool stuff there.
Really
I think one of my favourite details so far is the airship landing bay that we put into Big Ben. So
love it. Oh my god!
Went to the clock tower anyway. So a bit of it's hollowed out, so that VIPs can drive their aerostats in, and they got the short access.
Hopefully, you play a character who was leveled up to such high echelons of power that they could do that.
You're probably more likely to be there for nefarious purposes, I'm sure. But Victoriana, it's that they've got a lot of fantasy species in there. So it's an alternate fantasy Victorian. Which I think is it frees people up to not be too bound to the history. There'll be enough changes so that the GM can improvise without too much fear of some people go, I think that didn't happen until this time. So it frees people up a little bit and adds a lot. We've got the magic, we've got the steampunk invention. It's I think with that one it's about a time where things are becoming a little bit polarized, where you've got the old order up against the old order of magic up against the new order of machinery. Things are changing a lot, and where do you stand when that's happening? There's a lot of clamour for social reform and change and better terms for the lower classes. And
so it's kind of taking historical notes, but not necessarily running with the actual historical facts, which could have been pretty horrible, I suppose, and sort of playing them around in a different world and sort of telling those interesting stories for players to get involved in. So it's not all just combat all the time.
No, that's the...
very investigative, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the system we've layered on top for that. So I was saying earlier, it needs to stay recognisably 5e, so you can layer up one or two things. Yeah. So the investigation is one of the big things that we've gone in for Victoriana. So putting your clues together.
So
and,
cool.
Got aha moments. That, you can put clues together, and in a short rest you can have a.
Can you be your own Sherlock Holmes?
You can be. You can be magical cyberpunk Sherlock.
Love it. Oh yeah, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Beyond that, then, there's another one I want to talk about. If you're a little bit interested in the idea of the weird and the wonderful, you also have the laundry, which is very cool.
So it's another one that we ran a Kickstarter for last year.
Yes,
And the operatives guide for that has been with backers now for a few weeks, and that's been very well received. So we're really pleased with that. So we've moved it to a D6 dice pool system that's similar to the one that we used for Soulbound. And it's for those that don't know the laundry, it's the part of the British intelligence service that has to deal with what happens as the stars come right or wrong, depending on your point of view. So Alan Turing found the link between maths and magic.
Yes.
So with the ritual magic, it's all sort of the analogues of mathematical equations and things like that. So, of course, when computers came along, the opportunity for things to go bad fast
happened.
So, it's great. So you've got magical, computational demonology, magical spellcasting. Your agents have a standard issue Necronomicon, which is loaded with magical apps. So, if you're going into a dangerous situation, you can just fire up the warding app and hope that it's a good version and that you've installed all the updates, or you could be in trouble. And then for more complicated magic, maybe you'd be using your laptop, maybe boosting power with some peripherals and things like that. And the threats are sort of like a big range of things as well. So, you've got some things that Lovecraft, who's a character in the setting, was describing what he'd seen. It doesn't map up to what he thought these things were one-to-one. But you've got some of the things that you'll recognise there, and then a whole host of supernatural and dodgy things from the higher realms of mathematics. Or I think that infovores who are attracted to the lovely, delicious computations that we've been doing and break through into our dimension to devour us all.
So something for everybody, pretty much.
Something for everybody.
I just wanted to quickly finish off. We kind of obviously talked about Warhammer stuff yesterday. Kind of tangentially linked to that is obviously the world of Talisman.
Indeed,
as well. So you can just give us a little brief kind of like overview of what you've been for that.
So we're working on Talisman, the role-playing game for Talisman. So it's a different system to the one that was released a few years previously.
Right.
We're quite close to the board game. What we really want to do is, for people who play the board game and have heard of role-playing or Dungeons and Dragons or what have you, to give them an accessible role-playing game that they can explore more of the Talisman setting that that so many people have fallen in love with over the years. Absolutely. So it's I think it's a really good opportunity to get people who love fantasy board games to have a go at role playing. I always say to everybody should try role playing once. I think it's not for everybody, but the people that it's for, it's so for.
Yes.
It's just
like me.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the Talisman board game obviously it's in a lot of households. So we're designing that one to be easy to get into.
Brilliant.
Show off really what role playing can do. Try to give people those. Laugh out loud, the triumphant sort of punch the air kind of climax of the adventures and stuff like that, and really show people what a role-playing game can do.
So cool. So I think we've pretty much covered, everything we were going to dive into. Dom, there's a few things, but I suppose we could find out a little bit with some more interviews with you in the future, potentially.
Indeed, that would be good.
We'll see you over on OnTableTop, probably in the future. Obviously, we talked about all the worlds of Warhammer yesterday, and we talked about all the 5e stuff today as well.
Yeah, got the old world,
little tiny bits and pieces
Horus Heresy, role-playing game,
all sorts of things
this year, which is very exciting.
So you can go back and watch all of that and find out all about it from Dom, the lovely Dom.
Hello.
I'm going to throw back to the studio studio now, as we've got another guest just waiting in the wings. Excellent. But so yes, if you're a bit of a role-playing fan, obviously dive into everything that Cubicle 7
Come and say
has
hello.
to offer. And say hello to Dom.
Thanks very much.
Bye for now.
Thank you.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Code names.
Code names.
Code names.
Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Code Names Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Code names.
Code names.
Code names.
Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Code Names Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
Hello there, folks. We're back once again, like the Renegade Masters. I did that joke yesterday. It still holds true. I am here with the legendary Cole Worley of Lady Games, and we're going to be diving into some of the expansions and things you've got coming up for some of your products, which are absolutely fantastic. So some Root and Ahoy and all that kind of thing. But the first thing I wanted to do is, for those people who don't know you, who are you, and sort of how did you get involved in game development and design? So.
Well, we only have 20 minutes, so I'm going to try to keep it a bridge.
No,
it's
okay,
a bridge.
right, the rest of the stream is this.
Yeah, sorry, all right, well, I was born. So I am the creative director at Leader Games, which is a mid-sized game company based in St. Paul, Minnesota. We have about 17 employees, and it is a delightful place to work. Pretty much everyone on staff works full-time, and we make it a policy to try to work on all of the games all the time.
Oh,
so
wow,
basically,
okay.
you know, though there are small teams working independently on projects, if someone who works in customer service wants to playtest the new Oath expansion, then I want them in that game. We kind of, it's about as horizontal of an organization as you can imagine. When I started there back in 2017, there were just 4 or 5 of us in kind of a narrow room, but we've now really grown. And we've been able every year to take on bigger and bigger and bigger projects. Because of our staffing, because of the people that we have working, we were able to take on sort of odd projects. I usually have a rule for a Leader Games game which is it has to be much too ambitious and risky for a small company to take on, and much too stupid for a large company to take on. So I want a game that kind of nobody else would even dare make. That's going to make a good Leader Games game.
Okay. Yeah, fascinating. I was going to say a lot of the projects that you've worked on, so like Root and Ahoy and those kinds of things, they always feel like you're trying to push the boundaries of what that particular like subgenre of a game could do. Can you sort of like talk us through the design process of how things like Root and everything like came to life?
Sure. Well, I know a lot of the products I work on actually start from a position of antipathy. I try to find genres that I don't think are being well served.
Right.
Especially places where I feel like a lot of games are replicating tropes that I actually don't think are that interesting. So ARX has become kind of my go-to example because I adore science fiction. I love science fiction novels and stories and shows. But I found that when I was playing science fiction board games, I was mostly playing 4X games.
Okay, yeah.
And that's a little peculiar because 4X games really are nothing like science fiction. They're all like Civ builders.
Yeah, they're all Civ builders, and then you get scared that everyone on the table is going to destroy everything you have.
Right,
so
but Luke doesn't defeat Darth Vader because he researches like a fuel efficiency upgrade on his X-Wing. And so I wanted to make a sci-fi game that felt like it was in tune with the kind of dramatic tropes that are present in science fiction. And I played a lot of sci-fi games while we were working on ARX, and I tried to think about the things that I disliked about them.
Okay.
So that animus actually animates a lot of our, at least of my own design method. And that was true too for games like Root and for Oath. You know, with Root, we were playing, one thing that we had noticed, especially back in 2017, is that we weren't seeing as many games that were truly interactive, where all the players were putting pieces on a shared board, where you could put a piece down on the board and I could remove a piece from that board. And I said, well, the vast history of games are interactive, and we should find a place to make interaction accessible again. I think what had happened is people would start making very interactive games where everyone was very brawny and there's blood coming from their eyes and there are tanks and things. And I thought, well, actually interaction is playful. And one of the things I loved about Kyle's art direction for the game is he set it in a properly playful setting so that even people who don't normally play conflict games can kind of feel at home exploring that kind of play.
One of the sort of like other elements that I always like about what you guys do over at Later is like your art and design is just off the charts. Like you have a great department that sort of works in the background and sort of bringing all of this to life. I assume that's as much of a collaborative effort amongst your team when it comes to designing things. So
probably the most unique thing about Leader Games compared to other publishers is that we operate as a studio.
Yeah.
So the fact that we have this large full-time staff, I should be specific and say that it's a large full-time staff that includes an operations and a creative component, which means when we're starting a game, the artist is probably going to be in the very first design meeting, which means we are developing the art and the graphics alongside the core pitch of the game. Kyle was drawing concept art for Oath months before Oath was a game that even existed. And that means that as we're building the products, there's a holistic nature to it. And the project lead, who might have done the initial design, they are going to be editing files right until the very end. There's never a true handoff. And it just means that there's a cohesion to what we're doing that isn't possible in traditional publishing.
Has there ever been a time where a particular illustration has come through and then that has informed a certain tweak in a game mechanic or something that you've put together? So
we give Kyle very loose art prompts. Generally, I give him the name of a card and what it does mechanically, and then he gets to interpret it however he wants. And he's much funnier than I am. And so he'll often make these like visual jokes or kind of build these little subplots in. And of course, he's going to draw a card, and that card might change in the course of development. And the challenge that I always have is to make a game mechanism that is as clever and as charming as his art. And so often when I'm doing development and revisiting card powers, and I get the art back from Kyle, I'll say, my card is not half as clever as this illustration, and so I have to bring a little bit more energy and life to it. And so it's a productive competition we have between each other.
Oh, wow. Throughout the development process, you must also have loads of like fun little light bulb moments and kind of like water cooler moments and things like that. Can you tell us about some of those sort of times where you've gone, I think we've like totally cracked this and that kind of stuff? Like,
well, the pitch for Oath was one of those moments because Kyle and I had been working on independent projects. He had been developing out the kind of world, the sort of Muppety Black Cauldron world that Oath is set in, and I had been developing this kind of generational strategy game. And when I started telling him about what I was working on, he started showing me his sketchbook, and actually it was clear that these two projects were in direct alignment.
Yeah.
And what had happened is we were both reacting to Root.
Yeah.
Root is a wonderful setting to work in, but it presents walls. There are things that the Root setting can't do. And in our way of pushing against Root, we had kind of accidentally stumbled into a whole other world, which is the world that Oath is set in.
Yeah.
And the other thing I'll say is that, you know, as a staff, we play a lot of games together, we spend a lot of time together, and there are always little lunch conversations where our lunch breaks go just a little bit longer than maybe they should, but we find ourselves having a conversation about the Survivor television show or a movie that we're watching that's animating a lot of us, or any number of things that is then powering design conversations. I mean, right now, the office is engaged in something like a 9-player Axis and Allies game that is being played asynchronously.
Right.
And I don't think Axis and Allies is a great game. I can go on the record of saying that. But the experience of playing a game slowly over several weeks, where I get pinged in a channel and say, oh, it's your turn, and I know sometime in the next couple of days I'll walk down into the office's basement, I'll make my move, and then I'll ping the next person. You kind of can't escape the game. And just thinking about how a long game lingers in your mind has been very productive for thinking about Oath, which is also a game that happens over mini games.
Yes, yeah. So how do you then go about thinking about what's going to start popping up in expansion content then? Because obviously you have all the base games where you've poured all of your love and passion and things into there, and then you think, is it a case of like you look at the base game and you're like, some of these things we can't put into this, but we will put them in expansions, or do you finish the base game and think, that was pretty solid, now you go away for like maybe a couple of months and then be like, light bulb moment, now we need to add this in. Sort of how does that work? So
I think the most surprising thing that I've encountered in my professional life is the degree to which if a game does well, you don't get to escape it.
Right, yeah.
So Root was never designed to be expanded.
Okay, yeah.
And in fact, when we started adding content to it, because the audience really wanted us to revisit the setting, we had to do a lot of structural work.
Okay.
And so I think about every single word in the law of Root has been replaced at this point. The actual game is about the same, but we had to go in and kind of sister the joists and put in room, because we might want to put a bathroom there in the future. Or if we have a faction that is engaging with the combat rules, we have to write those rules in such a way that they're kind of modular, you know, that we have to like put little hooks where we can hang our carabiners on them. As I have worked in the industry longer, I've started realizing the virtue of making a game that is easy to expand.
Yep.
So Root is a very difficult to expand. Every expansion takes longer than the previous expansion.
Right.
In fact,
what do I do with this, etc. Themes, etc.
One starts to run out of design space.
Yeah.
And there's some kind of geometric function going on, because it's as if every new Root expansion takes as much time as all previous Root expansions combined, and that just sort of keeps stacking up. And it's a big headache, honestly. And so when we were doing the new Root expansion, I kind of went to the creative staff and I said, which of you would like to run this project? Because I kind of don't. Like, it's a very difficult project to work on, but for kind of a hungry young developer who wants to lead a project, it can be tremendously exciting. So the current Root expansion is being designed by Josh Yearsley, who knows more about Root than probably anyone else. He has an extremely deep knowledge of the law of the game and how all the factions were built. Josh was present as an editor through all of the early expansions of Root, and then came on full time during Oath. He contributed a lot to the Marauder expansion, and the Homeland is his first project that he's building from the ground up with his own vision. And he asked me at the start of the project what kind of guiding light he should look for if he's going to make a Root expansion. What should it do? And I said, Root. Know that there are a few kind of core things to know about Root. First of all, it's good at telling certain kinds of stories and not others. So the syntax, the language of Root, is filled with things like clearings, buildings, warriors, battle. You have to build something that's going to use that language if you want it to resonate. And I said, Josh, when you're building a faction, it's no trick to make a faction that's interesting for one player to play, but it really needs to transform the experience of the game for everyone at the table. If you play a game of Root with the Riverfolk Company, that game is going to be marked by your existence in that game, even if you are not playing that faction. Yeah. I really think this is the fundamental key to Root's success and its asymmetry is the fact that you're designing these ecosystems, and if you put a bunch of predators in an ecosystem, it's going to feel a lot different than an ecosystem, with a bunch of microfauna or something. So Josh really took this to heart, and the Homeland expansion is built around 3 factions fundamentally. There's a faction that is in a diaspora and is just sort of returning or settling or some mixture of those 2 elements into the woods, and they're actually introducing a new suit of carts into the game, and they are changing the status of the clearings, making some clearings double suited or potentially completely overriding the suit of the clearing.
Right.
That's a really fundamental dynamic. You can imagine if you're an Eerie player and you're formulating your decree, you're going to need to pay attention to where the frogs happen to be living in the woods. They fundamentally transform the game in ways that show how wide the system can expand. We have a new insurgent faction called the Knaves of Deepwood, which are sort of a pirate bandit gang that uses the Force in really interesting ways. It kind of works like an alternate take on what the Vagabond adds to the design. And then the last faction, which I think is really remarkable, are the Bats, which are essentially a peacekeeper faction.
Okay.
And so Josh has finally threaded the needle and produced a faction that can be played as a pacifist and is actually trying to stop war from breaking out in different areas.
Yeah.
And usually I tried to make a faction like that and it didn't work.
Right.
Because the core problem is you're stopping the game from being played.
Progressing.
And so who wants to play a blue deck of Magic, right? You don't want to stop people from playing the game.
Yeah, don't stop people having fun. Yeah.
But he found a way to thread it and provide some new currencies that actually, again, dramatically changed the game. And these factions have enough flexibility that they can be used in tons of different combinations. So I think a lot of people who've been playing Root for a long time, I think, are going to find so much more to explore in this box. And for folks who have just bought a copy of Root, this is an excellent first expansion to buy because you can mix these 3 factions in, and it's just going to absolutely explode the possibilities of play right from the jump.
Wow, that's pretty awesome. So that's obviously the expansion that's coming out for Root. You also have a couple of others as well for other games. So you have one for Ahoy coming out as well. So
and the Ahoy one will be releasing in August. We'll be premiering it at Gen Con. And for folks who backed the crowdfunding campaign, they should already be getting their copies. The Ahoy expansion offers 4. It's actually a suite of expansions.
Okay.
Where we have an upgraded component pack. There's a deck of cursed treasures. And then we have 2 sets of factions, 2 sets of expansions, each which has a couple of factions in it. Okay. And these factions, like the factions for Root, dramatically expand the expressive range of the game. So Root and Ahoy are sort of sister games. Root, when you are building a Root game, there are certain limits to how you draft factions, but the game permits all sorts of different combinations.
Yeah.
Ahoy works a little bit differently. It's a little bit like Vast. When you're playing a game of Ahoy, so this is our asymmetric pirate game, you always need a blue and a yellow faction at the core. And then you can have other factions of this third type in the mix. These are the smugglers, the sea serpents, the people kind of on the edge. And what we've done with the new expansions is we've paired them off so that there's a box that introduces an alternate blue and an alternate yellow, and then there's a faction another box that introduces the sea serpent and the coral cap pirates. And like the first Root expansion, there was a kind of amazing thing that happened when we released Root Underworld, which is that for the first time, players were able to play a game of Root without the cats. And the first time you play a game of Root without the cats, the whole world of the game opens up because you realize how flexible the core system is. And I think these expansions are going to give that same moment to Ahoy players.
Yeah.
Ahoy is a really exceptional game if you haven't had a chance to play it, because basically we are taking all of the lessons that we learned when we worked on Root and we're then trying to build a new style of asymmetric game that works in the similar way to Root, but is in some ways a little more strategic and a little more asymmetric than even Root. And it's been really fun to see that game find its community, and then to be able to give that community a whole new set of options. And once you put in the Cursed Treasure cards, just the amount of faction pairings that are possible is truly dizzying. We've also included, the person who designed the Ahoy expansions, Nick Brockman, developed a really brilliant 2 versus 2 game mode that is amazing, especially if you find a game like Root slightly too aggressive in that free-for-all setting. Ahoy as a team game is really remarkable because you can play it as a couples game, and it has the character of playing like an old partner's trick taker, where you are working with your partner, but there are so many limits to your interaction that you're having to solve these like delightful puzzles the game is throwing up for you.
So it's like a strategy within a strategy, which is really interesting to see. And then I believe you've also got something for Oath coming out as well. So
it's a big time for expansions.
There's so much stuff coming out.
Because the lines have done well, we want to do right by the audiences and really build them out. And I had been hesitant to build an Oath expansion because at the time we worked on Oath, we had never built a game that large.
Yeah.
And so the idea of thinking about even more content was just preposterous. But after we worked on ARX, what I found was ARX was born, especially the campaign mode, out of a set of ideas that I couldn't fit into Oath. So ARX really started as, here are all the things that I can't make work in Oath. Maybe I can make them work if I start over.
Yeah.
And then after I worked on ARX, I kept having ideas about kind of chronicle campaign length play that didn't work in ARX. And I realized, these thoughts are actually very well appointed to Oath. And so I started revisiting the idea of what would it mean to expand out Oath. And Oath's expansion, it sort of attacks the problem in 2 ways. So the first thing it does is it offers, of course, a lot more content. We're doubling the amount of relics in the game. We've got a whole bunch more cards, lots of denizens. We're quadrupling the amount of edifices. And that's one part of the expansion. That's the way of doing an expansion that everyone knows how to do. You can always make more things. But it's paired with a slight rejiggering of the core system of Oath, and it's built around the very similar premise of making Oath remember in a higher resolution.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's like a RAM expansion. You know, it's saying, look, Oath is going to remember itself a little bit better, and the kind of core conceit of Oath is that if I have a copy of Oath and you have a copy of Oath, and in 20 years I come back to the UK and we trade copies of Oath, it should feel like we're in alien worlds.
Yeah.
Because each of our games has had hundreds of generations played. And what I found was that Oath in its base form wasn't quite expressive enough to do that.
Okay.
It needed to be able to remember a little bit better.
Yeah.
And so the expansion is really built around this idea of, if the game can remember, like, what should the game be able to remember if it could remember better?
Wow.
And the core element of this is Oath now features these 20 elements. These are called the foundations. And as we play our games of Oath, we are turning these foundations on and off, and they are staying on or off until another player flips the switch. And these foundations dramatically change how the game feels. For instance, in your game of Oath, maybe you abolish the Chancellor. The Chancellor doesn't exist anymore. In my game of Oath, I've changed how some of the core actions work. That game is going to get warped by those foundation alterations. And there are 20 of these foundations, which means there's about 4,000 different combinations
so many
that are possible.
of this, coming through. So everything coming out from later games over the next little while, so many expansions for all sorts of different games. Just before we go, is there any kind of like little tiny percolating thoughts in your head for like a new project? Just little brief?
So I'm not going to answer that question directly, but I'll answer it indirectly. So I pride myself at Leader for our ability to work on games and actually not do them. We work on lots of games at Leader Games. And one thing that we're thinking about right now is what sort of topics are well appointed for us to like really jump into. And so we are working very hard on thinking about more of a pure negotiation game. And we've been working for a long time on thinking about what would it mean for Leader Games to make an open world adventure game.
Oh, wow.
A fully open world adventure game. These are projects that have been going on for a long time. There are versions of them that get canceled or shelved or held. but we are interested in doing bigger things. Every project that we've worked on over the past 7 years or so has been larger and more ambitious than the project before it. And that's because we are essentially following the studio's strengths and what the audience wants to see. And so after Root did very well, it was very easy for me to knock on Patrick's door and say, I would like to make this game Oath. I don't even know if it'll be possible to make. And I think it's going to take 1 or 2 years. And then after Oath came out, I knocked on Patrick's door again and said, I want to build this ambitious space game. It's going to take 3 years, tons of staff. And Patrick said, go for it. And so I can't tell you what we'll be doing next, but I suspect it will be even bigger than Arcs.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much, Cole, for taking us to all of that. It was absolutely fantastic to hear about your design philosophies and sort of how Later Games came about and all that kind of thing as well. And also, of course, those expansions coming up as well. You can obviously go and find Later Games here at the show, so if you want to go and learn a little bit more, play these games, see what you think. I think we already probably have some fans in the audience anyway of these games.
Yes.
Yes, so you're already sold on it. But yes, thank you very much, Cole, once again. I'm going to pass back to the studio, and our next guest will be just up in a second.
Okay, great. Thank you, my pleasure. And please, go demo Ahoy if you haven't played it yet. It's great.
Hello everybody, I'm here with Tom from Goblin King Games. I know you're surprised, so am I, but we're going to be talking a bit about Moonstone, the multi-award winning Moonstone. And the whole new faction that was being teased last year is now out and available for everybody to have fun with. So, Tom, tell us all about the Fun Dead.
Oh, the Fun Dead, as coined by you, and that's caught on. The whole community loves the Fun Dead. So there's 2 sort of sub-factions in the Shades of Moonreach. There's Spirits, which is your ghosty ghoulies and your kind of hammer horror kind of style. And then you've got your Risen, which is more your zombies, you know, rusty armor and that sort of aesthetic. And of course we've got the main man himself, the Echo of the Forgotten King, the big baddie. And of course his nanny, because he wouldn't go anywhere without his nanny. And she's followed along by the Babelings. So the Babelings are psychopomps. Psychopomps are these creatures of the Deadlands who serve to, who live, well, they don't really live, but they exist to serve the needs of the dead. So the nanny obviously desperately needs to care for something, so these Babelings have flocked towards her to just act babyish, so she's got something to look after in the Deadlands. Other psychopomps have all sorts of various other functions. So we've got the Tea Cake of Torment, who is there to be eaten, although he doesn't always super appreciate it. We've got the Terrible Musician, who likes to entertain people with music, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, they're a proper bunch of weirdos. The Freaky Fug Day box set with Jerry Eyre, the guy with the butt for a face for a butt, Rory, who's also a party planner, and Abracadabras, who goes around cleaning up the spare bits of body that fall off people and refashions it into new and exciting designs.
I mean, the Shades as a concept, undead is a fantasy trope that everybody understands, but the Hieronymus Bosch-like ideas of what the realm of the dead is within Tauber and is just so distinctly different from anything else. How did that come about?
Like a lot of these things, it was sort of wheedling away in the back of my mind for years. I was kind of thinking, I always loved undead. I've loved undead in other games, and I was thinking, we are known for being very fun.
Yeah.
So how do I make undead fun? And I also, I love history, and those medieval manuscripts that the monks did, with the
Marginalia.
Yeah, they're so hilarious. I thought this needs to be in a miniatures game, and what better game than the wonderfully whimsical fancy skirmish game Moonstone?
Makes an awful lot of sense to me. Now, that was a Kickstarter last year, funded a massive range to add the 4th faction, but you've recently released a couple of more boxes as well.
So we've tapped into another trope that I love and a lot of people love, which is pirates. So now we have undead pirates. So these, their release date was just last Friday, so they're absolutely brand new, and we got quite a lot of stock of them with us today. So if anybody wants some undead pirates, we've got Barnacle, the undead troll. We've got Commodore Delahaye, who's this kind of ghostly figurine that's got a hole through the middle of the miniature, which is really cool. We've got Chesapeake, who is a weird crab man. So you might notice amongst our shades, some of the creatures are just absolutely bizarre. if you go to the Deadlands and you choose to stay for a long time, you kind of transform and become more and more weird, like the Psychopomps, the longer you stay there. So he was a pirate who's obviously died in unfortunate circumstances at sea, gone to the Deadlands, decides he loves it, and he's just morphing into this weird crab. He's been sucked back to the live lands by King Churnit, who's bringing everybody back from the Deadlands to come and kind of bolster up his armies. And then we've got Bridget, who is she's not actually undead. She's living, but she has an affinity for the dead. She can talk to the dead. So when a character dies in-game, she can now play their abilities, which is really useful. If your reanimator dies, you're like, oh, now I can just reanimate with her. So she's an awesome model. I think they're probably the nicest miniatures we've ever made, which is saying something. And they play really nice. They got a new play style. It's a dual faction box, so in Dominion you'll probably lean more into a load of pistol fire. It's very much about overwhelming people with pistols. In Shades it's more about using water features, combining with Sonara, our mermaid, luring people to their watery graves. They play slightly differently in each faction, but they're brilliant fun in both.
I mean, it is one of the beautiful things about Moonstone. The fact that you can get in there, you can craft a troop around a theme, so you can go, okay, well, I've got some pirates that may be slightly unalive, match them up with the pirates that are alive, and then you've got a very different set of figures on the table than if you'd just gone fully undead with the shades.
That was always the idea with these troop boxes. It's 3 models. A normal game might be 6v6. You can just smash 2 troop boxes together and it's going to work because there's synergies within each box. It tends to have a healer, a melee character and a support character. But if they visually look like they're going to work well, there's almost always some cross synergy as well. So just by adding on one more box set of 3, you can get a completely new playstyle out of the miniatures you've already got.
Yeah, it's a joyous thing, and people really should be playing more of it. There's also the campaign deck if people are getting a bit into their Moonstone and want to link games together.
Absolutely. So we made a campaign deck a few years ago when we only had 3 factions. Obviously, when we introduced Shades, they need some upgrade cards for themselves and some tricks to play in between games that are uniquely creepy and shady. So we've made this expansion deck, which people can add on. It's fairly chunky, it's 56 cards. You can add it onto your existing campaign deck and it brings it all up to date. So there's an equal number of options for all of the factions. At some point in due course, we're going to produce a new box product, which is the whole combined thing. But at the moment, we've got this for people to add on to their previous decks.
Which is always handy, and I will be picking one of those up. Yes. If people are here at UKG, where can they find you?
We are Hall 3, right by the entrance to Hall 3. We're stands 901 in Hall 3, and you'll see our big banners, and we're quite easy to find. We're by the entrance to Hall 3.
And if they want to find the multi-award winning Moonstone online, where do they look?
If you go to www.moonstonethegame.com, and that's a launch pad, we've got an online store, there's loads of tactics articles, there's galleries of all of our miniatures, so it's a good place to start.
Yeah, it's a fantastic place to start, and if you want to get involved, you really should. You can even print and play, get the rules, get the cards, and get standees all on the website for free as well. Give it a go at home. We're going to push on and see what else there is to see here at the Expo. Bye-bye.
We are back for our last of our proper interviews here on the stage, and we've made it a special one because as crowdfunding manager from Rebellion Unplugged is here to tell us a little bit about what you folks have got going on in the Sniper Elite universe and maybe a little bit more as well. So yes, I know new expansion. Yes, on crowdfunding right now.
On GameFound right now. Our very first GameFound campaign. We've done 4 on Kickstarter before, but we're trying GameFound for the first time.
Yeah.
At Expo, we've broken over £100,000 of backing already and 1,000 backers, which is incredible. So it's now our biggest crowdfunding campaign ever, which is
absolutely
like truly
fantastic.
wonderful.
Yeah.
And it's supporting what is really our flagship product, Sniper Elite.
Yeah.
I'm sure some people watching will know that Sniper Elite is that amazing video game where you're slow-mo sniping the gonads of terrible people.
The gravelly versed Carl Fairburn.
Well
doing
done.
his job.
Good man, you know. And there's many video games where we have, as Rebellion's a big video game company, we also have Unplugged, our board game division, and we have the Sniper Elite board game, which is our hidden movement one versus many game, where one player takes on the role of the sniper, trying to infiltrate a range of different maps and objectives, and essentially outwit and outmaneuver 1 to 3 defending players trying to hunt the sniper down and prevent them from doing what it is they want to do.
Yeah.
So Sniper Elite actually launched way back in Kickstarter back in 2020.
Yeah.
And now we're back with a brand new expansion, Operation Kraken.
Which is this one here.
Which is this one you're seeing right now, with this expansion that's on GameFound now, we wanted to kind of take the game in 2 directions.
Okay.
So the core mechanics of Sniper Elite is essentially that you have a hidden movement board that the sniper essentially, you can pop that somewhere, will be writing down all their movements with a dry erase pen, essentially secretly planning, plotting, laying mines, laying traps, trying to avoid detection as they're trying to get to their objectives. And in the base game, you get a little mix of different environments to play with. But with the expansion, we wanted to take it to 2 extremes. So what we've done is we've got one map that is the super carrier, the super weapon, the Operation Kraken goal of the Axis forces that they're trying to unleash, and the sniper has to infiltrate and make their way through multiple different layers. So you've got ducts, you've got ladders and vents, and 3 different levels in the super carrier.
All the sneaky things you'd expect.
All the sneaky things, but really claustrophobic, really tight. The sniper and the defenders are right next to each other from the moment it starts. So it's balanced on a knife edge as soon as you start playing. On the other map, you know, see a little bit on this one, this is the sniper's map. We have a Norman village, which is big and open. Lots of space for the sniper to run around, to flank, to take their time, to plan their shots out, and really make the most of the open village space.
Sort of taking cues from some of the multiplayer maps and things that you find in the video game.
Inspiring it straight from the video game. But to balance that, we've given the defenders new armoured cars. So they can hop in. So, I mean, I don't know if you'll be able to see these quite or not.
We'll put this under this camera here. So
we have some little prototypes to show them off. And the defenders essentially are able to hop in the armoured cars, gain themselves some protection and some important mobility to move quickly across the map, sweep and search for the sniper, and essentially take down some of that free roaming that the sniper might be trying to do. So with Operation Kraken, we kind of wanted to take the hidden movement game in both directions of close claustrophobic tension and wide open kind of creative thought planning to how you get to where you want to go. So it's kind of taking it to the 2 extremes of what the gameplay really offers.
For those people who've maybe not sort of delved into sort of Sniper Elite and the board game itself, like, can you tell us kind of like a breakdown of like how like a turn works for this? Because obviously it'll be interesting to have the one versus many, but kind of flipped on its head, I guess.
Exactly. So the sniper will have 10 turns to reach 2 objectives. So at the start of the game, they'll have a selection of different cards that they can be randomly dealt, and they'll have to make to 2 different locations on the board before the time runs out, while the defenders are trying to block the sniper from doing that. But the defenders don't know where the sniper is. So on the sniper's turn, they're drawing their actions in secret on the board, as I say, laying mines, maybe even taking shots and trying to eliminate some of the enemies, but passing very little information to the defenders. When it's the defender's turn, you have 1 to 3 players cooperatively, and each player has 2 actions for their squad to go and start searching. So they'll be looking at either whole areas, for example, the red or yellow areas, or little sections of 3 spaces, or single spaces, trying to narrow down the potential locations of the sniper. All the axes the defenders have to do if they find him is wound him twice. They just have to find him, get in his space, and wound him twice. If they do that, they win. Sounds way easier than it is. So you always get players chatting back and forth about, he shot me from there, that guy got taken down, where could he have been? And the sniper will be drawing these tokens from a bag, so they can't always guarantee that they're going to get a kill. So they're trying to do as well as they can to disguise where they could be, so the defenders don't get perfect information. So it's really just all about that information exchange on both sides.
One of the things that I've always quite liked when diving into this is that there's always, every single turn that you're playing the game, you always end up feeling like both the sniper gets a heck yes moment, and then the opponents, the Germans, get another heck yes moment. And they're like, oh, we've done it now. And I really like that goes back and forth between both, well, all
every
the players
time.
at the table. So,
every time. And when we're watching people demo it here at the show, what we tend to get a great, and it's so beautiful to have this viewpoint, but you get to walk around and see the sniper's map while also listening to the 3 other players talking about where the sniper could be. And it's always interesting to see when the defenders are spot on and the sniper's sweating bullets, and when they're saying he's definitely in this corner, he's he's absolutely there. He can't be anywhere else. And you see the sniper's board and go, oh, he's actually nowhere near there. He's actually somewhere else. He's completely duped them. He's used some of his loadout cards. He's used some of his special abilities to sneak them, and he's got them baffled completely. There's a real asymmetrical feel to it that's very rewarding.
And a nice bouncing back and forth between all the players at the table.
Exactly.
And you get the sort of social interaction that you want with something like this, which is always fun.
You get the, are you there?
Yeah.
Look him in the eye, see if he quivers.
Trying to hide, all that kind of good stuff.
So it's on GameFound now, a new big box expansion. As part of that campaign, we're also reprinting everything from the original one.
Oh yeah, because you have loads of additional supplements and all things that came out with the base game and things through crowdfunding.
So back in 2020, we had the original Kickstarter for the base game and the first expansion, so all of that's being reprinted with the new GameFound campaign. So essentially, you can get everything if you've missed out on something before, or if it's been out of print, as it has been for the past couple of years, you can come and get it now. It's probably, as I say, our flagship game, the thing that we get asked about the most.
Yeah, it is a great one to dive into, especially even if you're not a fan of Sniper Elite. I think the deduction element of this will be really fascinating for a lot of people, and it'll draw people in to start playing.
It's really funny because we do get some people that come and know the video game and immediately go, oh yeah, Sniper Elite, I've played the video game, can you tell me about it? But more often than not, people come and say, hold on a second, the Dice Tower, or Shut Up and Sit Down, or No Rules Barred, I've seen the content, and they say this is a great hidden movement game, and they don't actually even know it's a video game, which is wonderful. It really stands on its own as that hidden movement game that's comparable to the likes of Scotland Yard, Fear of Dracula, that
Fear
kind
of
of stuff.
Dracula came to mind, immediately,
Cool.
So are there, I assume there will probably be future plans. I mean, you probably can't tell me. There's probably under like the heaviest of NDAs, but I'm sure you must have something percolating in the background for the future of Sniper Elite.
All I'll say is that the turnaround in this is going to be really quick. So we're on GameFound until June 19th. Brilliant. We're going manufacturing in July.
Wow,
So we're literally looking at delivering pledges to backers in January. This is going to be like straight pledge, and within 6-7 months you will have your pledge to your door.
Fantastic.
Which is awesome, because we're basically ready to go to print with it. After that, we are looking at some new ways. I can't say anything, but long story short is I want to, but I can't. We want to support Sniper long into the future.
Okay.
We definitely do.
Brilliant.
You can expect more.
And of course, if you're a fan of the video games, you probably could think about some ideas, maybe put it in the community over on, Rebellion Unplugged's Facebook and Twitter and all that kind of thing. Maybe
our community have more ideas than we can take. It's amazing.
So that's Sniper Elite, obviously in Operation Kraken, which is on GameFound right now, and obviously the base game's going to be available for people to dive into. You can still go and play your demos right now if you want to go and check that out, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I think all the demos are probably fully booked, but if you're here, get down, you might slip in.
You could watch other people play and sort of see if you could deduce it yourself.
It's
Where is Carl?
voyeuristic fun, I won't lie. It is actually really, really, really good way to do it.
We also have something pretty awesome and special to show off as well, because we even have... Now, this is something that's been talked about for a little while, actually, amongst the Rebellion Unplugged community, and that is Tunnels and Trolls.
So,
Can you tell us a little bit about this? Because it's got quite a history to it.
For anyone that doesn't know this, Tunnels and Trolls is a role-playing game that actually turns 50 this year. It was the second role-playing game after D&D.
Wow, yeah.
Rebellion Unplugged now own Tunnels and Trolls, but instead of kind of just bringing out a new edition of the game, because all that heritage, the deluxe edition, all the original TNT content is all still there. It's available online digitally through ourselves and through Drive-Thru RPG and stuff like that, and we want to continue to support that. But we also wanted to take Tunnels and Trolls to a new direction. So we are bringing out later this year, in August or September, on Kickstarter.
Ooh, not far away.
Tunnels and Trolls, A New Edge.
Yes.
And at Expo, we're showing the very first quick start rules playtest at the show, getting live player feedback from both brand new role players and also people who are coming up and saying, 50 years ago, I bought the orange or pink little leaflet book and I still remember my character.
Now is my time to return and stuff like that,
So what we're doing is essentially taking the spirit of the game, keeping the D6 system, keeping exploding dice, keeping the quick roll-up characters, keeping the low fantasy feeling. Oh, hello.
No, you just keep talking.
I'll just keep talking sweet nothings to Jerry.
Jerry has been very, very excited about this, so...
I have the first edition and the second edition. This was the first RPG I ever bought, and when they told me last year Tunnels and Trolls are coming, and then I've had to wait a year with nothing at all from Rebellion. You lied to me. I was very upset. I'm very big. You don't want to annoy me too much.
Jerry is featured in the game as a troll that's been turned to stone.
As he runs off to read this.
So these are the first ever, literally printed in the office as we were coming to Expo Quick Start rules. So please don't judge us on the quality. If you can see the screen, I'll say very quickly, It's the same low fantasy kind of setting where it's not big magic superheroes. It's really about you're the everyday adventurer trying to find out what has happened since all the trolls got turned to stone again.
Right.
And you're going to be diving out into the world trying to find out essentially what the world is like now. So brand new setting, brand new vibe, but still the same Tunnels and Trolls feeling that if you've played it before, you'll feel that nuance in there. Oh, I feel you. I feel you. It's, if you go to Kickstarter and search Tunnels and Trolls, the follow page is live now.
Brilliant.
August and September, around Gen Con, we hope to have more info, Jerry. I promise you more info then.
I was looking through there, I couldn't see any fairies or pixies.
They
better still be in
I
there.
can neither confirm nor deny the plans for fairies and pixies.
If people haven't played Tunnels and Trolls, which is a crying shame, generally people go, oh, I'm going to play a massive orc warrior, I'm going to be a human knight, fighter, warrior, paladin, whatever. I had a friend, played a fairy, about 8 inches tall. And I'm going, it's your first role-playing character, is this something you want to do in a game? And he's going, yes. I go, okay. Rolled up the character. They then spent all their money on a very sharp dagger and the most expensive poisons they could find, and flew through the air like a guided missile of poison death. And it was the most magical thing I've ever seen. And it needs to be in the new one.
My first TNT character was a giant human kindred barbarian, essentially. Not by class name, but essentially, called Dash, who used a giant door as his shield, known as DoorDash.
Perfect. Some claps from the audience on that one.
He has been my favourite thing in the last few months. He's been making me incredibly happy, just charging at people with his door.
Wow. I will say, one of the things that has blown me away from what we've seen from the previews for this already is the amount of love that you seem to have poured into the artwork for this one. Like, it looks gorgeous. I mean, that screen is stunning. And obviously
I'm going to put a call out for our own big fairy Jerry to make his way back into the studio.
He's not allowed to have fun.
Sorry, Warren. I'm really sorry. We'll give him back.
You can kind of see the cover of this sort of playtest document that you guys have got here as well. Just
Lots
amazing,
more to come.
Beautiful
Lots more to come.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. So, some amazing things on the horizon for Rebellion Unplugged. Obviously, as we were saying, Game Fan campaign for Sniper Elite, Operation Kraken. Tunnels and Trolls just around the corner.
Follow on Kickstarter now.
You guys do a whole range of amazing other games as well. Can you sort of take us through kind of like a little bit of your library of things as well? So?
I mean, the other massive hit for us this year at the show is Joyride. Our Destruction Derby racing game. It is like very vibrant, very high energy, really fun, lots of player interaction. It's Destruction Derby, but throw a few mines and missiles and oil slicks in there, Mario Kart style, and just get crashing. It is the one that gets everybody's energy really high in the booth.
You need to come over and watch our playthrough of it over on our channel, because Shay and Justin and I know it was John, wasn't it? Yes. I don't think they can drive, or if they can, they should have their licenses taken off them. I suppose that's mainly the point of Joyride, I suppose. But yes, a lot of smashing and bashing and all that good stuff, and it was really interesting to see that being played.
We're going to start running long because you have a big draw to do soon, so I better stop talking.
I mean, I'd love talking to you, Az, so this is just... Anyway, but yes, thank you very much, Az, for taking us through all of these games. It's absolutely fantastic to see what Rebellion Unplugged are doing. I'm going to throw it to the studio where Jerry has been locked back up again. He's going to keep talking about Tunnels and Trolls all day now. But anyway,
I'll leave him some quick start rules. I'll leave him with these.
Perfect. Woo! Throw back to you, Jerry. Bye for now.
We have a happy big fairy in here.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Code names.
Code names.
Code names.
Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Code Names Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Code names.
Code names.
Code names. Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Code Names Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear.
Hello everybody, I'm here at the Modiphius stand with Chris to talk about an upcoming game of mech combat.
We call them Hardbots.
Hardbots is a fantastic name.
Hardwar. It started in Poland a few years back, and we loved it so much we bought the company. And what I love about it is, well, I love tanks and big robots, but it's a very fast-playing 6mm scale sci-fi game, and we've basically remastered all the vehicles. There's 9 main factions that are coming, and we've created a whole new range of scenery. We've gone back to the farm. It's like Little House on the Prairie. It's a little kind of slightly sci-fi reimagining of the classic American farmstead. We've got all these unusual farm buildings and pipes and oil pumps and things, and that's a whole series of scenic sets. We've also got, pointing over to my left here, there's some defense sets and other kind of turrets and terrain. And this is really fast playing. The game you're seeing right in front of me now we played about half an hour. Okay. It's 4 vehicles versus 4 vehicles. We call them elements. Really simple mechanics. When you're shooting each other, you're looking at the range between the vehicles. Let's say that's 14. The armor might be 3. That gives me a target number of 17 that I'm rolling. This has 5 dice in attack. I roll those. I'm trying to get a total of 17 across the dice. Right. And if there's any pairs, I do criticals. And then the opponent rolls their defense dice to try and cancel some of their dice. Hopefully I end up with one or 2 hits. And then in the quick play rules, that just reduces your element's damage. In the full rules, you actually reduce the damage track of different abilities.
Right. I was going to ask about that because it does look like there are things to knock off there. And it has that classic mech combat feel without getting into the sublimely nitty and gritty of chipping away specific locations.
So exactly, in the full rules you can chip away, and criticals actually let you, the attacker, choose which stat you have to reduce. So in the quick play rules we're developing, which is really about letting you play a small game very fast, like a 20-minute game, or I want to have a dozen, I want to have 2 dozen tanks and hardbots on the table, battling it out, and I can play that in an hour. So the quick play rules, you just have 1 damage track, but all the abilities still count. You've still got the granular interest, but things start dying a lot quicker on the table.
So you mentioned there's 9 factions to begin with, which is great, having that sort of core of factions already put together. How expansive are those factions? Are people going to be looking at quite a lot of hardbots and vehicles per faction? Are there a small amount? We're looking here at a demo game, so presumably this isn't going to be the sort of standard game size.
I mean, this is a typical game you could play as a 2x2 foot game, but it's really down to what you want to play, because it's also got solo co-op rules, so I can start as a little kind of unit commander and gradually build up my force, and the game is going to scale with you. What you're looking at is kind of 50 to 100 years from now, where it's not like Russia and USA and Europe. It's like big corporations with some kind of national interest, and there's lots of kind of company commanders who are doing it for the money. You might be paid to defend a little farmstead, as we've got here. You might be a big mercenary company being sent in to capture some oil fields or whatever. So, and the good thing is you can mix and match across the factions, because I say let's call them more like their companies' corporate vehicles. It'd be like, maybe let's have some Ford and Volkswagen, on our team. And so you can draw on the different factions. Like in the Kickstarter we're launching in July, all 9 faction starter boxes are there day one. You're looking at about 8 or 9 vehicles, about £25 each. So it's a really good price for the factions. And then there's 3 different terrain sets, and then we're just unlocking, the only thing we're doing with this is unlocking a bit of extra terrain. So what we want to experiment with is like have all the value there day one for people, because the models exist, we've upgraded them, but we don't need to fund new models. So this is very much let the backers get involved and get some extra bonus content for them in the Kickstarter. And then the factions are, they're going to be growing with developing the storyline over the next few years. So the storyline's going to go forward in, 50 to 100 year chunks for the next expansion. So we're going to be going off-world and doing all sorts of other things. And we're going to be developing this new quick play rule set with the community. So the core book will have this kind of quick start rules just to get you playing really fast, because I don't want to have to read a 100-page book, but you can just read a few, like a dozen pages, get playing straight away. But then we're developing with the community the really fast play, bigger battles. Or, you know what, I just want a quick 20-minute game and I have a satisfactory 20-minute game, not one guy, versus one guy.
Yeah, I feel like you've actually got some sort of grit in there, but a bit of meat on the bone, so to speak. Obviously, vehicles, hardbots across the board. Does that mean no infantry at all?
There is infantry in the rules. We're not offering them in the first range because we wanted to keep the offering really simple. We're in production on all the sets at the moment. But let's face it, everyone's got lots of, if you're into 6mm scale or 8mm scale games, not naming any of the big, other companies now, there's loads of great looking infantry out there. Some people just want to focus on the vehicles, so we're keeping it simple to start with, and then we're going to start bringing in very specific infantry sets later on.
I mean, some people won't want to see infantry at all. All they want to see is massive stumpy robots and tanks hammering each other, so it's a good way of doing it. They've got the option there to expand down the line. You
can also build your own. So it's got a very, the rules for it are about 3 pages, and it gives you all the rules to build your own big stumpy robots or tanks based on any other models you might have. So, if you've got your real favourite models, you can bring that into the game. You don't have to use our models. And it started off as like, let's make this kind of miniatures agnostic set, a bit like we do with 5 Parsecs from Home, 5 Leagues from the Borderlands. So you can use this with any miniatures you've got, but also we've got these really cool sets that are at a really good price. I mean, the original sets were about €50, so we've halved the price using our own production.
I was going to ask about the production. Are these going to be 3D prints, or are they being plastic manufactured, or how is it going about it?
So they're beautiful resin production in the same factory that makes the Fallout and Skyrim and the Mass Effect miniatures that we make. It's our big UK-based factories, and I think we are one of the top 5 in the world in size. So really, we've got a fantastic team working down in Cornwall. So hopefully when people come along and see the miniatures at the show, when they see the quality of people, we've got a lot of people doing pro paint jobs on them to show off what the miniatures are like. I think you'll see what they're like, it's quality.
I mean, one of the nice things we've seen recently over the past year, maybe 2 years, is that 6mm sci-fi wargaming has had a massive resurgence, and there's a lot of it about, and a lot of people who maybe they're not quite as mature in years as we are, but they're coming to it for the first time. They've never seen it. They've maybe come into the hobby via 28 or 32mm. GW is obviously a big influence. Never came across a 6mm war game in their life. And these sort of offerings, being able to play not just a quick game, but to play a substantial game at a smaller scale in a smaller space, is a great way of doing it.
I think, especially with GW bringing back Legion Imperialis, people have gone, I can play big battles with tiny miniatures and it can be really fun. Mantic did their 6mm scale game. You've got Battletech, it's just constant, it's such a great brand, always successful. And so what you've seen now is this resurgence of that scale and people realizing they can play a big battle in a small space, which I think is a big thing now with, as everyone gets older, they don't have the big war game tables. They need something that can fit on a little coffee table. Maybe they can leave it up in their, one of their rooms. And so you need stuff that you can play those big games without needing a 6-foot by 4-foot gaming table. And I think that's why they're discovering this scale. And it's just got it's a really good place because also I can carry it in a little tiny box. I don't need cases and cases to carry all the scenery around. So
a leftover plastic container after a Chinese will probably fit most of that stuff in there, which is great. I also like the fact that the terrain has that hex-based look to it. You're not playing on a hex map, but if you are playing other games and you're after a bit of terrain, it's handy.
Because of that resurgence of this game, there's so much great terrain. Gale Force 9 have got a really good train that's, I think, aimed at the Battletech range, and Imperialis. There's so much cool stuff out there that everyone is making that it's perfect timing. And we went for something completely different. We didn't want to do the big mega city type buildings. We were like, let's do some really cute little farm terrain, some little defenses that all feels like it's in its own world. We've got Doug Seacat who's writing the storyline, so he's doing some fiction for us about literally set in the village, in this settlement, in this farming settlement, where one of the forces gets hacked and all hell breaks loose, and is how the kind of the crews supporting the hardbots and tanks kind of fight back.
I mean, right off the bat, I was struck by just how evocative it is of Love, Death, Robots.
Yes.
Where they had the mechs in a little farm, and it wasn't until the very end it pulls back and you discover they're in just a tiny dome on an alien riddle world.
I mean, to be honest, that was, watching that show, was part of the good inspiration of like, actually, that's such a cute idea about these, like, they're kind of mech pilots, but defending their farms, and you've got all these like little hidden weapons and stuff. So there was lots of ideas that came out of that, and then obviously looking around at what else was in the market. And we always like to try. I don't want to just do more of the same. So we were like, what can we do that's a bit different? And we wanted the farm, but let's make it a bit more sci-fi. And you've even got like one of the buildings which has got a mech being repaired, and you've got a crane there. That there's all this little attention to detail that the team have put into it that just really makes it pop out.
So you're saying it's coming to Kickstarter?
Yeah, Kickstarter, I think it's 1st of July, and we've got a quick start that you can download in PDF for free, middle of June, and that's going to let you just try the game with any miniatures you've got, see what it's like, see if you like the quick play version. Everything's really good price. Like the rule book is a beautiful little digest size hardcover rule book with lots of new art by the same artist who does a lot of our 5 Parsecs books, and the rule book I think is going to be like £15. So we're trying to make it a bit of a no-brainer. Like, well, of course I want some little tanks.
Yeah. It makes perfect sense to me. If you are at home, check out Modifius' website. Go to the news. You'll find a lot of stuff about Hardwar. It started popping up there about 2 months ago, I think it was. I first seen it.
And you can also go to hardwarminiatures.com to sign up and get information.
There you go. And if you are here at UKG over the weekend, then they can come to booth.
Come and have a demo at the Modifius booth. I can't remember the number, but it's the big banner in the sky, so you can't miss it.
I believe it's 3529.
There you go.
So that may or may not be correct. You'll find out when you get here. We're going to push on and see what else there is around at the expo.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Code names.
Code names.
Code names. Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Code Names Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Codenames.
Codenames.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
I got nothing. Oh, I've appeared. Oh, I've got a bit of echo here. Bit of echo. How we doing? Have a key ring. There you go. We can't sell them. They're rubbish. Had them for years. Nobody will buy them. Look at the design. Look at that. Who's going to buy that? £3? Anyone? No. All right. Here you go. Have that. Well, it's Sunday. Last £1,000 to give away this weekend, but there is pile of games later if you fail here. Are we at exactly 1:30? We are?
We are.
We have the smelly helmet of death, getting increasingly stinky by the day. Let's have a little rustle through. Have you all had a good morning and a good weekend? Look, yeah, so much better than last year's. Here we go. There you go, mate. Have a key ring. It's collectible, that is, because nobody will buy them. Do you want a key ring, mate? There you go. Have a key ring. I was waiting for 2 large gamers to land on top of him. What happened? There was a freebie. Okay, so we're going to draw this. So let's go through the rules. The rules are, you must have done an Instagram photo today at one of our boards and done some hashtag thing, Tom. I don't know. This is Tom, our coder, the genius, the wizard, the Gandalf of the Expo, is over here. Let's give him a round of applause. Because if Tom hadn't coded this, you wouldn't be getting no money. Okay? So we love Tom. He's a fantastic. If you need website building or anything, Tom Usher, he's your man. There's no good waving him off now. I've done the advert. We will expect a discount, by the way. Okay, so you've got to have done an Instagram photo with some hashtag thing. And if you've done the hashtag thing, that's great. When we draw the ticket, you must bring your virtual raffle ticket to James, marketing guy and genius and single man. Don't tell Charlotte. She said if I can get rid of him this weekend, she'll give me a tenner. So, if you've done that, he will verify it. If it's not your number when it comes out, don't just run off, because if they haven't got the rest of it, we will make them do the walk of shame. And one year, this is going to happen. And I'm going to be like, how cool is that? Look at that. Shame. And we can all do that. Shame. Yeah? We've just practiced. Ready? Shame. There you go. You can get them to do anything if you're offering them money. In a minute, when I've pulled this ticket out, not a chance. They'll just ignore me. It'll be like I'm at home. Oh. All right, are we ready? Now, if you've won, Victoria, the glamour of the Expo, over in the corner, give him a wave. Oh, look, you've gone red now, darling. If we had some bread, we could toast off that, the heat coming off them cheeks. Okay, Victoria will take my debit card with the correct PIN number today. Because I gave her the PIN number to my television the other day, and it didn't work. It's that Sky thing, you know, where you want to watch a film at 8 o'clock and they go, no, you may be young. There's only me here. Just let me watch I just want to watch Pulp Fiction. Right, we've given them a mix. She will take you. And have you got a list ready? Everybody in hand who's got a list? Oh dear, this is not going to. You've got 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. There's no change given. There's no coming back tomorrow. There's no cash equivalent. You got to spend it here. So if you win this ticket that's in my hand, you best be ready to spend. Okay, are we ready? It is a blue ticket. Not surprised, they're all blue. 150. The groans of disappointment are waving across at me. 150. If you're not here, I'll pick another one. For those who don't understand, that's 150. 150 going once, going twice, going, oh, you pushed it there. We have a winner or somebody who's just thinking, I'll put my hand up. What could go wrong? Nobody else claimed it. We want to check the Instagram. Let's get it verified. They've just gone. They've gone home. Where'd they go? What happened, James? Have they gone yes and they're doing a lap of the all? Oh, no, hello, darling. How are you doing? What's your name?
Lorna.
It's Lorna. Yep. That does look like 150. Verify the photograph with my man James, because I have no idea how Insta-thingy... I'm blocking you and I'll have you go. Get out of the way. I'm YouTubing here. It is good. It is a winner. Chicken dinner. Thank you for coming for Expo. We've got the awards here at 3, including the painting competition. Come back. Give those publishers a round of applause for what they've done. Awards here at 3. Pile of games at 4:30 in Hall 4. Go, shop, spend money, enjoy, demo. And thank you for coming for UK Games Expo. Oh, you've got a job now.
All right, folks, so you join us here actually at the main stage where, you know what, for the first time in a really long time, I've actually got to sit and play some of a game at UK Games Expo, which is pretty awesome. I'm here with Dan, who is the author and the designer of Land After the Crash, which is very, very cool. Can you just give a little brief overview of it, and then we'll sort of dive in, because I have thoughts about this one.
Okay, thank you. So the idea is that you've crashed on the first planet outside of our solar system, and you play the role of a corporate representative, and most of the crew have died, so you're just sort of trying to build the colony base from the survivors. It's a resource management strategy game where you develop the resources from the board, and you have a tableau building element for developing the crew. And the idea is that you're completing these missions, and the player who completes the most mission stars wins the game.
Yeah. Now, I dived into this and we had a little bit of a teach. It was about 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that. And after that, I think we pretty much grokked how the game worked, which is always nice to have when you're diving into a board game. I was playing as green, and Jerry, who's no longer here because he's dead, I put him in an airlock and sent him out into space. No, I didn't really. He was playing as red. And it was really interesting straight off the bat for me, the fact that you've got so much sort of customization and modularity in the way that even the game sets up. So obviously the way that tiles come out on the board is obviously very different from the very beginning. And then you get your different choice of crew at the beginning as well. Yeah. So that, on top of that, and then all of the missions immediately means that whenever you're sitting down to play this, it feels like you're going to have an entirely different experience each time you sit down to dive into it. So no one trick can get you through the game.
Yeah, exactly. So, you're exactly right. It's taken us over 10 years to make around our day jobs, and over that time it must have been, as well as going to expos and so forth, that we've had over 1,000 play tests. Yeah. And that feeling that you've gotten on that's really resonated with you is something that we still love playing the game, because there's still more to explore. Yeah. And the fact that you can keep uncovering new things that you haven't seen before, I think has that sort of addictive itch that's you want to scratch.
Yeah. One of the things that I quite liked about when I sort of dove in and sort of tried to get my head around how it was all working is you see your initial crew here, as you can see them under the camera at the moment. So they come with their sort of like science values, and you've got engineering and stuff like that. That's all tied to different keywords as well that you got for them as well. Nice artwork on all the characters, which is always nice to see. It's very good, and you've got little abilities that they have as well at the same time. And these are all then linked into these missions that you're trying to complete at the end of the game, well, as you go through the game, which takes place over 4 years.
4 game years.
4 game years. So as you'll see, if you come in here, Rob, and sort of have a look at this one. Actually, let's show off one that I actually did. That's a good idea, isn't it?
This one.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Code names.
Code names.
Code names. Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Code names.
Code names.
Code names. Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Code Names Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Code names.
Code names.
Code names. Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Code Names Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
All right, folks, so you join us here actually at the main stage where, you know what, for the first time in a really long time, I've actually got to sit and play some of a game at UK Games Expo, which is pretty awesome. I'm here with Dan, who is the author and the designer of Land After the Crash, which is very, very cool. Can you just give a little brief overview of it, and then we'll sort of dive in, because I have thoughts about this one.
Okay, thank you. So the idea is that you've crashed on the first planet outside of our solar system, and you play the role of a corporate representative, and most of the crew have died, so you're just sort of trying to build the colony base from the survivors. It's a resource management strategy game where you develop the resources from the board, and you have a tableau building element for developing the crew. And the idea is that you're completing these missions, and the player who completes the most mission stars wins the game.
Now, I dived into this and we had a little bit of a teach. It was about 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that. And after that, I think we pretty much grokked how the game worked, which is always nice to have when you're diving into a board game. I was playing as green, and Jerry, who's no longer here because he's dead, I put him in an airlock and sent him out into space. No, I didn't really. He was playing as red. And it was really interesting straight off the bat for me the fact that you've got so much sort of customization and modularity in the way that even the game sets up. So obviously the way that tiles come out on the board is obviously very different from the very beginning. And then you get your different choice of crew at the beginning as well.
Yeah.
So that, on top of that, and then all of the missions, immediately means that whenever you're sitting down to play this, it feels like you're going to have an entirely different experience each time you sit down to dive into it. So no one trick can get you through the game.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
you're exactly right. It's taken us over 10 years to make around our day jobs, and over that time, it must have been, as well as going to expos and so forth, that we've had over 1,000 play tests.
Yeah.
And that feeling that you've cottoned on, that's really resonated with you, is something that we still love playing the game, because there's still more to explore.
Yeah.
And the fact that you can keep uncovering new things that you haven't seen before, I think has that sort of addictive itch that's you want to scratch.
Yeah. One of the things that I quite liked about when I sort of dove in and sort of tried to get my head around how it was all working is you see your initial crew here, as you can see them under the camera at the moment. So they come with their sort of like science values, and you've got engineering and stuff like that. That's all tied to different keywords as well that you got for them as well. Nice artwork on all the characters, which is always nice to see. It's very good. And you've got little abilities that they have as well at the same time. And these are all then linked into these missions that you're trying to complete at the end of the game, well, as you go through the game, which takes place over 4 years.
4 game years.
4 game years. So as you'll see, if you come in here, Rob, and sort of have a look at this one. Actually, let's show off one that I actually did. That's a good idea, isn't it?
This one, because you've just...
Oh, I'm about to do this one, yeah. So I'm about to do this one, which is called Organ Shortage. And as you can see, this is the amount of victory points that you're going to get, essentially, from when you do this, complete it. For completing it, you need to have at least one crew member who has diplomatic and fanatical, which I had over here on my science officer, who was leading the way, Hal Forrest. And then also 7 in science, which I did have there on the card as well. You then have the resource element of that as well, which is tied into this, which is where you build up your resources over here on the map of the planet that you're on. And then that gives you bonuses and rewards for completing each of those as you go through. And what's really nice about the way that this has been set up, and I'll pass back to you in a second as well, is that you can chain stuff. So if I'd had the kind of everything together in the course of one turn in 1 year, I could have potentially have done the efficacy study that then linked straight into the organ shortage, which then linked into something else at the same time. So even though you're essentially only getting 4 years worth of play, which doesn't seem like a lot, there is a lot of things you can do as your engine builds up throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, exactly. I think one of the nice things in terms of that engine building is that you can choose how you want to play the game. Because you can, for example, say, I'm not really going to focus on the crew this game, I'm just going to try and develop the board and achieve the objectives that are the construction missions.
Yeah.
And then you might be going down that path, and you might get a crew member who facilitates that better, or conversely, you might get a crew member that starts to buff your crew really well, and you're like, actually, I could lean in this direction now.
Very cool.
And it's that sort of thing where what we've tried to do is make a puzzle that's sort of constantly shifting, such that you're always just chasing that movement, and you've got the flexibility to say, well, I'm actually going to move in this direction or this one based on what you think is going to win you the game.
One of the other elements of it that I really quite enjoyed is this kind of like extension of how this builds up as well. So as you can see, we've got little sort of like buildings, essentially, constructions that we've put on different sections of the map. And as you go through, you can kind of move through adjacency into different regions of it and build things up. And you'll see the little numbers on them, the resources that they generate, and they sort of build up over time. And you sort of go through them as you build up, and you sort of do that. What was really interesting in this is that there's a lot of games where you dive into something like this, which has a kind of like 4xe quality to it.
Yeah.
And for a lot of the game, you'll spend the first 2 turns on like 2 resources. But because you can do those massive boosts up here using the resources you've got to get something like 6 energy straight out of the gate, meant that I could get access to so many more ways of scoring victory points, essentially, in turn 2, which was cool.
And that was the main thing, and very specifically from playing Catan all the way back when, it was the feeling that when you've just got that feeling of like, oh, I can do that. The game ends.
Yeah.
And we wanted to really recreate that. So right from the, like, as you mentioned, like you go into the second year once you sort of understand a bit, and you can really actually play with what you've got. And that's a very deliberate design, such that the game will feel like that for years 2, 3, and 4. And you're enjoying then the interaction of what you actually want to do with this abundance of resource.
It's really funny. It's like that kind of like point salad element too, which I quite do enjoy just some of their games. The other thing that I really like about this as well is that it's not all nicey-nicey. We may have crash-landed, but there's still a pecking order, and people don't like each other. So if you come in and look at these, Rob, you can do things like steal items from other players. Like Jerry could have put something on one of his characters over here, and I could have used the fact that I have enough in each of those categories to steal stuff off him. And I think he had a kill on one of his cards somewhere over.
There's a kill, kill that.
So I only this is a really interesting one actually here if we go through it. I put a lot into just 2 crew members. You can have 4 in your roster as a whole. But if you go tall with your characters like that, and something like kill crew comes along, if you don't have a specific resource, which we'll get into in a second, to protect them, they're gone.
Yep.
And you've suddenly lost all that, and you've got to start thinking where you're going to go with your strategy next time around.
Yeah.
However, don't worry, you can't just kill someone outright. There is something called a veto tracker, which is you can use influence to pay for veto tokens. Yeah. And regardless of how much that would do, you can essentially cancel that card from happening. It doesn't affect the player, they don't spend the resources for it as well. But it means that you can keep your guys alive, which is what I had to do. And then I had an interesting moment here where, at the start of the, as we're going through the round, I'd obviously gone down to 0 on the veto tracker.
Yeah.
I have no idea what action cards or whatever Jerry had in his hands. So if he had another kill crew, I elected, I'm not going to bother using my influence to boost up the veto tracker. I could have just lost my character outright. So it's those decisions which is really interesting to see how it all comes together.
Yeah, and the difference is that Jerry's used a lot of influence and gone down the track.
Yeah.
So he might not be able to get any victory points on the top end, where you're maybe only a couple of missions away. And you're there gaining, building it back up again.
Yeah.
So there's very much that sort of like risk and reward and bluff and double bluff element to it as well. So I think when you have played a couple of times, or when your gaming group has played a couple of times, and you know the game, then the game becomes more like playing the players on the game. Because if you know that your friend is the guy that just wants to mess you up, then you're probably going to restock. And if you're the kind of gaming group who thinks, hey, take that isn't for me, then you don't have to play those cards. You can recycle them out, and you can play the entire game without any negative actions. So it really, hopefully, appeals to, both camps.
There are a couple of other things I wanted to sort of like note as well as we sort of go a bit deeper. So at the beginning of every year, essentially you bid for who's going to be first player using your influence, which we talked about there as well. And then you get a event card, like you can see the ones here. And this is where the first player will essentially make a decision as to what's going to happen throughout the rest of that turn, through that year. So in this case, I made sure that everyone could get their hands on some items, but they had to spend influence to do it. In this one, Jerry basically meant that we spent water and we got energy, I think, from that one, which was quite cool. And that was going to be changing every single time you're playing the game. But look how many event cards there are. And there's only 4 years in the game, so you're going to be coming back and doing different events every time you sit down. And then on top of that, you've got all of these cards at the back here, which are going to give you extra victory points. And these are little kind of like achievement markers you're trying to hit throughout the game. And as you can see here, I went for Upgrade Expert, got some of those. Jerry got Operations Honours, as you can see there, building up some of his characters. So there's loads of interesting ways for you to aim to get those big scores in the game, which is always fun.
Yeah, and one of the things that we actually put as an example in the rule book is that there are multiple aspects to that scoring. So when you get toward the later game, it could be that you complete a mission like this, where you qualify with a number of sectors, but the bonus is that you can move 3 structures anywhere.
Ah, okay.
So, for example...
Flip this around so they can see that as well. Yeah? So.
You could get 4 stars for the mission itself.
Yeah.
It could complete the set of 3.
Could.
Which gives you a 5th.
And the upgrade expert at the same time.
It could then give you the upgrade expert, which flips because you've just sold that. So that's now a 7-point mission. And then you've moved, for example, let's say that this was the construction one in a different game. Then you could score an extra point. So from the completion of one thing, it could ramp. And it could feel like you're behind. But it seems that the way that the game is structured is that there's always a way for you to somehow, if you can see it, you can get the win.
Yeah. The other thing I liked about it as well, as you can tell, I quite like this game, is that your turn, you've got lots of like free actions you can do. So a lot of the things that you consider maybe like busy actions, maybe in some games, just whack them on. And then you use the other things like using resources and all that kind of stuff to kind of complete your turn. So you've got that thing of you don't necessarily end your turn after a certain amount of actions. Do as many as you can, or you think you want to, and then you just move a little tracker, end the year, everyone plays out the rest of their turns, and you go from there, which I think is really, really cool. So, yeah, I think I really like Land After the Crash. It's very cool. So obviously we've sort of played this version of the game here, which still looks great as it is anyway. You've got really nice tiles and all that kind of stuff here as well. Some interesting thought going into the mechanics of all of this as well, and sort of how it feels in a tactile nature.
And
so
that's something that we encountered in the game. So from playing tile placement games, it's often the case where the moves that you want to do encroach off the edge of the table. And because we structured a game around tile placement, we wanted to build a structure that you could move in one piece. So as the tiles interlock with one another, you're able to slide that around such that if you wanted to then play, a piece here.
Yeah, you're not ruining anyone else's day and all that kind of thing as you move things around.
Yeah, exactly. So that aspect of the game is such that as this thing grows, you can build it into the available space as you can maneuver it around.
Cool. Oh. So where are you? What's the state of the game at the moment? Are you sort of in development, moving towards crowdfunding? What's the idea?
So we're in a situation where we would love to have you basically help us bring this into the world. We're a bit stuck because we've got about 1,000 followers on our Kickstarter Notify Me page, and we've been told that we need to get that much improved. And for a game that hopefully will bring a lot of joy to people's lives, if you like resource management strategy games and 4X games, that sort of thing, then basically tell your friends, follow us on Kickstarter. Our website is www.intrepid.games. We've got one of these new fancy websites.
Right.
And from there, there's some more details on the game, and you can click the link and take it through to, hopefully, with your support, bringing this actually into the world so everyone can enjoy it.
Brilliant. I say, I had a really good fun time playing through. It was a full first year, then we played through a little bit of our second year as well, and it was really interesting. I kind of felt like I got it a little bit as well when I was diving in. So after that first turn, you really want that kind of feel when you're diving into something like this as well. So thank you very much for taking us through Lander After the Crash. I hope everything goes well with crowdfunding and all that kind of thing. We'll have links and everything in the doobly-doo down below, so you can check those out and see what it's all about. I'd love to see this become a reality, and on many more tables, I think I'll say. So yes, awesome stuff indeed. Make sure to check out more of our videos in the live blog, and of course check out the live stream as well. And we'll see you folks very, very soon in a new video. Bye for now.
There we go.
Yes.
Technical difficulties?
Technical difficulties.
As they tell me in life?
Yes. They always happen.
Yeah.
And it is the last day of the show, so this is...
It's nice that it waited till the last day rather than the first half hour. Which is, delightful. Yes. His Wonky Goblin, it is nice to see a Kickstarter that's been properly play-tested.
Exactly. Yeah, they've put a lot of effort and passion into this one. And it's a really interesting game that I think hits a lot of the notes that people have been sort of looking for with 4X-y style experiences.
Yeah, what is 4X? Because I'm not a board gamer, as I keep telling people board gamers are the worst.
So I am the worst. I am all about it. But I'm going to get one of these wrong. I'm fairly sure it's expand, exploit, eliminate, enhance, I want to say. Expand, exploit, eliminate.
There's no X's in those.
No. Yeah, but it's...
You're getting stuck on E's.
Yeah, someone will tell me
somebody in the comments will tell
exactly
us.
which one I've missed off or which one I've duplicated, I think. But
because it is a mixture of... Obviously, I don't play a lot of board games, but you've got the tile placement.
Yeah.
There's the resource management. There's a certain degree of managing your personnel as well, which I suppose technically is another version of resource management that you're having to play around with. But it was really intriguing, the fact that you've got all of these things going on, and also the whole idea of Lander after the crash is it is a crashed ship. So there's a deck of survivors that thick.
Yep.
And then at the start, depending on how big the player base is, you whittle that right down. So you'd never know who's actually going to be alive in the stasis chambers.
One of the things that I talked about in the interview, as you probably see my passion for it anyway, is that they've genuinely put in a lot of replay value to the game. So there's various different ways that you can start approaching it, even with differing player numbers as well. I mean, I think what was quite nice is that even though we were only doing it as a 2-player game and we were learning it as part of the demo, it still felt like a fully fleshed out game that we were diving into, and it didn't feel like we were lacking anything in the interactions between the two of us. And I think that'll only just expand when you add the third and fourth players into the mix as well, and you start to get more interactions between all the people at the table. More people going back and forth, doing a little bit of skullduggery in space and all that kind of stuff. So
trying to claim your areas, carve them off, and exploit all the resources that are there to hopefully get back to the stars and off this hellish moonscape. I really hope that he does manage to get further.
Me too.
It was nice to actually get a chance to sit down and test a game, albeit relatively short. I mean, I say that we got an hour, which is far more than we get any other time.
That's very true.
After we finish the live stream, bring your game
Let's
back,
just sit down and
we'll
play
sit
a
down
game
and
for a
play
bit.
it. And then we'll have a chat with you, because a lot of the time you're just barely scratching the surface in the conversation, and with a game as in-depth as that, it was great to actually get the chance to see how it plays.
One of the other things I think is really worth pointing out as well is that I think a lot of the time people will look at games like that are very Eurocentric in terms of their style and their approach, and a lot of them can tend to be symbology heavy. Like if you look at some of even the player boards and things that you saw for Lander and stuff, you do have that sort of thing of like, oh my god, there's so much stuff to kind of like get in your head. But literally as soon as you've played one go, you've kind of grokked it. And I think that's a testament to the game design and what they've managed to bring together for that. So
spanking stuff. If you haven't seen the website and the Kickstarter landing page, unfortunately it's Kickstarter, so it is just going to be a landing page for poor Lander. It might be worth tracking it down, following it. Do you say Jake Thornton worked with him on it?
Yes. Yeah. So I had some input in the game design. So if you're a fan of Jake's work and that kind of thing, that has been sort of fed into the DNA of what Lander is. So, and as you can see, even there's a lot of faith in the product itself, because the company's helped them develop the essentially. I mean, it doesn't look like a prototype, but it's still a prototype essentially of the game.
Well,
a lot of effort has gone into it, even at this very early stage. So
cracking. I think we're going to have another look at something else that's been going on around and about in the expo. This is a little bit different, a little bit wee, a little bit wah. It's a bunch of Jedi kicking off like ninjas, flipping out.
Ooh, here we go.
Hello everybody, I'm back here at UKG 2025. I'm joined by John from the Saber Guild, and they've been running classes for Padawan learners and younglings of all ages over the weekend. Seen you last year, but we didn't get a chance to talk to you, so do you want to tell people a bit about what the Saber Guild is and what you do here?
So we're a Lucas recognised costume performance club. Basically we're doing lightsaber lessons for the children, so younglings just going through basics on how to sort of do sort of basic wields and basic attacks, all with our members here in costume, so it looks sort of quite nice, so in universe. And then we've got adult lessons, basically where they're going through like a performance, or one of the ways that we build a performance, working with a partner to sort of create their own performance, and at the end of it they get to perform it in front of the rest of the class, and they can record it to show, look, I was an awesome Jedi or I was an awesome Sith. Yeah, it looks really, really good.
How did you get into this? Was it coming in through something like cosplaying, or were you more interested in the martial art aspect?
So I come from a martial art background, so I've been doing martial arts since I was about 8 years old, and loads of different styles. And then there was a gentleman teaching medieval longswords, basically in Milton Keynes where I was based, but they were using the polycarbonate swords that we've got, and I was like, oh, okay, that's sort of something different, just for like safety reasons. And then they were doing events, so we sort of get dressed them in a Star Wars costume. Then we started doing events, and it went from there. So so it's sort of, people come from different backgrounds. So I come from a martial, some people come from like theatre backgrounds, like stage performance. Some come from a cosplay background. But you can come from no background and everything else. There's no sort of definite way you can join it. Anybody can join it. It's welcoming to everybody on all levels.
Yeah, as long as people like swinging a lightsaber at somebody, then it's a good way to go. When they were learning sort of moves, you're saying it's sort of choreographed. I used to do some reenactment, medieval and Dark Age reenactment, and there were very specific strikes and blocks that we would have to follow in specific orders. Is that the sort of thing you would do, teach positioning and poses, or is it more freeform?
Because of our connection with Lucas, basically all has to be it's a performance, so basically all has to be choreographed for safety reasons, stuff like that, like they do on the stages from the films and stuff like that. But yeah, we have basically strikes coming to certain places, and yes, you can block in different ones. So you can have, if you're blocking your waist, you can have it with the saber pointing up, which is a standing parry, or hanging down, which is a hanging parry. So basically it gives people a little bit of creativity to sort of make their own. They can just evade it as well if they want to, and sort of go from there. So people can put their own flares on it. So we teach them a move, but yeah, people can put their own twists and flares. They can put spins in there if they want. They can spin the lightsaber. You can have dramatic pauses where, as you say, if you come from a mere acting background, basically sometimes you just want a bit of a breath, so you can step back and go, right, sort of size people up and sort of do the Darth Maul that he did in the thing where he's just walking with his lightsaber, just to get a bit of a breath before you carry on again. So yeah,
which is a good way of doing it. How long does a class last then?
So the children's classes, they're about 20 minutes, sort of going through there. The adult classes are about 40-45 minutes for that, but we can make them as long or as short, but to try and get as many people into the event and let everyone have a go and experience basically what we do. Yeah, it's about 20 minutes for children, about 40-45 minutes for adults on there.
Yeah. And even though it's your second year at UKG, presumably you don't just come to UKG, you travel around the country.
Yeah, so we are basically a charity organisation. So, yeah, so all the work we do is basically charity and good causes. Yeah, and we do like big Comic-Cons and events like this. So we can sort of do like a little small event raising for like a small cancer charity, or we can do big events like this. Our go-to charity that we support, if there's no charity there, is like Make-A-Wish. But then, yeah, and we have like Make-A-Wish children come and like join us at events sometimes as like an experience that to do to sort of give them a sort of a day out as well. But yeah, we do anything for charity, whether it's actually raising money, raising awareness, whatever else. So we do all of that.
Yeah, and have fun doing it as well, which is always good.
Yeah, well, saying a lot of people you sort of see us, so it appeals to loads of different generations. Yeah. So our generation, we remember the original films and we can do it, and the new young children nowadays have got a lot of the cartoons out there. So it's something that parents and adults can do together and sort of have fun doing it. Yeah. And you put a lightsaber in anybody's hand and light it up, everyone's sort of eyes like wow and everything else. So yeah, it's really, really good.
So how do people find the Saber Guild outside of the sort of the displays you do? Is there a sign-up page, a website that they go to, or are you based in clubs around the country to come together?
So we've got like social media, so we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, so we're posting there, people follow us. We have QR codes on our table when we do events, so people can then follow us, which a lot of people do because they a lot of time they enjoy our session. They're like, oh, where are you going to be next? Follow our pages, we always post up. And we've also got a recruitment group, so people who are interested in joining us, we can actually help them then, so they can join in there. We can discuss the costumes because we've got loads of different styles of costumes on there and different colours. We can help them out with that, help them out with making the costumes as well with patterns because we all make our own costumes to quite a high standard, and then sort of go through all the process of getting cleared with us, and then it's a case that we can submit it to our global team, and then we're then recognised, and you got to do 2 events a year to keep your costume active. But we do these, but then we also get invited to like film premieres because of our connections and sort of like sort of a thing, seeing films and TV series and press days, which is sort of very, very nice.
Very cool indeed. Spend a lot of time running away from the 501st, I imagine.
They're one of our sister clubs, so basically with Lucas have basically got like 7 like main clubs, so they're one of our sister clubs. And when we're at events, when all the clubs are together, we interact with them. So we have the officers come in and walking around and trying to find somebody with a warrant card. With the Mando Mercs, they come in and they arrest. We arrange them to arrest some of our Padwans that are in the class and do that. The droid builders, basically, we get them to do like the force push with the children's classes against the droids. So that's all fun there. We sort of interact with all of our sister clubs, so it makes it fun for everybody.
It sounds absolutely fantastic. It looks tremendous as well. There is a frightening amount of work goes into choreographing something, and we just did very basic. They're a bit more elaborate here. If people want to come to see you at the expo, where are you based?
So we're in Hall 4, basically at stand 4X, so behind the Star Wars Unlimited sort of section in the middle of the Hall 4. Come along to our table, basically we've got sort of sessions on there, just basically sort of read our forms, sign up, we'll give you a time slot to come back. We are booking up very quickly, basically yesterday and today. We only allow people to sign up for the day they're in, so we could have actually signed up the whole weekend yesterday, just to make it fair for people who only got 1-day tickets already attending 1 day. So better come along, basically get to us as soon as you can. You can come to us at 9 o'clock or whenever the event opens, and sign up for a class at 1 o'clock in the afternoon if you're doing a tournament or whatever else, and then come back and then basically reserve your slot then with us.
There you go, folks. It's an absolute blast. It looks fantastic, and if you can't make it to the expo, definitely look for them online, see where they're going to be next, and maybe join up to the Saber Guild in the future. And don't worry about Order 66, it will never happen to you. There you go.
I love their passion for that. When I did a walkthrough of Hall 4 on Saturday, oh my god, all the days are merging into one. I walked past that with Rob, and I was immediately like, I think we need to take a break. I think I need to just go off and do this. And just dive into playing, doing a little bit of lightsaber action.
But unfortunately, as you heard, the man booked up well in advance.
I know.
It was funny.
Does this mean that next year I can get the year off and I can just go and do lightsaber-y stuff?
Sure.
Is that how it works? I just request it now.
Turnip conditions apply, or something like that.
Yeah. Right.
It's really nice to see. I hadn't realised just how involved with Lucasfilm they were. Obviously, when they tend to back a organisation, shall we say, they do want everything to be as
accurate
not
as possible,
screen accurate, but definitely accurate and within the theme and the feeling of it. And to have those sort of elaborately choreographed lightsaber fights, or if you're older / fatter like myself, just do the Empire.
Just do the Obi-Wan versus Darth Vader.
From Star Wars itself. Yeah,
you'll strike me down. I will go and have some dinner later in a different hall.
You have to remember, plasma is heavy. The lightsabers are difficult to move. Nobody's going to be flicking them around them like some sort of lightsaber show.
Vader's mostly mechanical. He can't swing his joints as well as he used to.
All of these and so much more. But if you were going to go and join the Lightsaber Guild, out of all the Force users out there, which one would you dress up as, and why would it be Balen Skull?
I mean, but aren't you sort of like nailed on for Balen Skull though? I think there's like
everybody be Balen Skull. Everybody should be Balen Skull.
Everybody's Balen Skull. I am a massive fan, obviously, because my name is Ben, of Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh, right,
so always go down the Obi-Wan Kenobi. Although I've always been quite a fan of Kit Fisto as well.
Kit Fisto, the Jedi who doesn't require a lightsaber, you can hand him a baseball bat or an iron bar, and he will do just as much damage to every droid in the room.
I think one of the things that really sold me on him was in the second movie where he just smiles because C-3PO is like, "What? Help me! It's such a shame that he got such an awful death. Spoilers for Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, well, c'est la vie.
Yeah,
he lives on in our hearts and through the Force, just not in real life.
Oh well, at least he's pretty damn awesome in that original Clone Wars animation.
Oh, he was amazing in the original Clone Wars.
Can you tell that we're Star Wars fans? Poor Grogu.
Did you just drop Baby Yoda?
I did. No, Grogu. Remember, we get in trouble if we call him Baby Yoda.
Yeah, they might. I don't. He's Baby Yoda. A couple of questions from the chat.
Ooh,
Are we going to get a What I Bought next weekend? How many games that you've seen this weekend are you planning on doing a Let's Play for?
Ooh, okay. So, we will do a What I Bought next weekend, I reckon.
Yeah, why not?
But what we'll do it with, we'll do it in the XLBS. So if you're not familiar with OnTableTop on our channel, we have the Weekender show, which we do every Friday, which is where you come along and you can find about all the awesome tabletop gaming news from the week. And then on Sunday, we do a special show for our backstage XLBS Cult of Games subscribers. And that is a great opportunity for you to come back and hear us waffling about all sorts of different things. And now I've just said the words...
Waffle?
Yeah, amble politely through conversations.
Yes.
While I say subscription... you don't have to worry about that because we actually have a 30-day free trial. So if you are interested in sort of checking out what we've got and all that kind of thing, you could just watch along, enjoy the show, watch some of the other stuff we've got as part of our Cult of Games area of the website. And maybe you'll stick around with us for even more meandering conversations.
Yes.
So.
As far as games we're planning on doing Let's Plays for, there's definitely some that we've seen / picked up that are going to be in the pipeline.
We literally just had Lloyd walk into the studio and go, so Brickskrieg, right? So I think we'll probably be bringing that to the tabletop and having some fun with that. I know we've also managed to get a whole bunch of different models from different creators and that kind of thing as well. So we'll probably bring those to the tabletop. I'll definitely be talking about some of the other bits and pieces that I've picked up and things in future shows. But we will definitely be diving into quite a few of them. So.
Matt Smith asks, what time is the show on to until today? Around 4-ish.
4-ish, yes.
It normally closes at 6, but on a Sunday the awards come up at 3.
Yes.
After Tony has displayed all the goodness from the People's Choice Awards and the painting competition for the Sir Coates Painting Masters. You might get back to me to have a waffle and maybe look at a few more videos before we run off into the night / start pulling everything apart as quickly as humanly possible. So we'll see.
Yeah. You've still got plenty of time to get around the show and enjoy some of our awesome stuff that we've been looking at here as well. So, yeah.
And how many steps have you done this year? I don't know, but my Fitbit keeps telling me I'm being absolutely fantastic.
Well,
however, my Fitbit also told me I was doing moderate exercise when I was putting on my socks the other day, so maybe it couldn't be trusted.
To put it in perspective, I have an app on my phone that tells me when I'm driving, and it sort of tracks my journeys and things like that. And it told me I was driving, and it was activated. So I'm fairly sure it thinks I've travelled so far at this point that I must be in a car.
It's all very doable.
Admittedly, according to the app, that probably just round in circles. But you know, whatever.
I mean, people like doing donuts in car parks.
Yeah. I'm just a boy racer with my feet.
Shall we take a look at something else?
Yes, we shall, and it's slightly related to what we were talking about before. So yeah,
fancy.
Hi there, folks. I'm here with Ross and Will from Atomic Mass Games. Oh my God, it's so nice to see you guys again.
To see you too, man.
You guys are having so much fun here at the event and stuff. Yeah, I think it's your first time here at the UK.
First time here, yeah. So this is my first UKGE. Blown away so far. Excited to wrap up the next 2 days, I guess. See what happens.
It is very, very cool. And we are standing in front of, right now, Star Wars Legion, because you guys have been going through something of a like renaissance with the game, bringing it back and sort of like updating things and revamping the rules. You're bringing new hard plastic models and all that kind of stuff as well. But for anyone who is a big Star Wars fan and wants to know a little bit more about what Legion is, can you sort of talk us through the sort of like vibes of the game?
Totally, yeah. So you kind of covered a lot of it, right? So with Star Wars Legion right now, we're dedicating all this time for this awesome refresh. So we're giving it all new hard plastic, updated rules, kind of a
streamlined way for a modern tabletop gaming, right? So if you really want to play those Star Wars moments where it's big battles on the field, kind of that Star Wars Battlegrounds feel, like from the movies, that kind of stuff there, it's a good time to get into it. We have these new boxes coming out in the fall. Maybe kind of a whole new revamped way to jump into like the Rebellion or Clone Wars, that kind of stuff there. So it's a really fun time to kind of get right into it.
Yeah. I was going to say, one of the things is if you've been playing Battlefront 2 at the moment in this kind of like massive resurgence of everything diving back in.
Right? Oh, yeah.
If you want to play that out on the tabletop, you want to do Battlefront 3, just play Star Wars Legion. I think it's a really good way of doing things. You're talking about things like different eras and stuff like that, and you've got different starter sets coming. Can you kind of like walk us through what kind of starter packs you've got coming up for sort of later in the year?
So we've got 4 different packs coming out. So there's going to be one for the Classic Empire and the Rebel Alliance. Those are going to come with all new hard plastic sculpts, new commanders. You're going to see a new Vader. You're going to see a new Luke.
Love it.
Oh, well, shit. New Luke, right?
Yeah, he's got the yellow jacket from the end of episode 4, which was his main look in the Marvel Comics run that spanned the bridge between 4 and 5. So it was really exciting to be able to get that look for him and kind of update him. In the original starter, he was in his Empire Strikes Back like jumpsuit after he goes and confronts Darth Vader. Felt like a weird look for a guy who's always leading battles, right? Like it's a very iconic look for the moment, but we were like, all right, how do we get him more into like battle clothes? And so that was our solution. So it was pretty fun.
I did so much edge highlighting and updating on that old Luke sculpt. I did so much sort of extra work, and I was like, oh my god, I have to put too much shading in. It's really weird. So it's really nice to see the new one, and I love the new poses. The new Darth Vader has such a really cool commanding look to him. Sort of like dominated battlefield. He's so much taller than all the rest of the stormtroopers as well, which is always cool to see.
Oh, totally. And then going to the Clone Wars too. So we have the new Galactic Empire. So you're going to be seeing Obi-Wan Kenobi hanging out with those new ARF troopers. And
hello there. Yeah.
Oh, very much hello there, right? And then as he goes against General Grievous, we have this new streamlined Grievous. I'm actually painting one up right now. It's very tight, very fun. So you'll see a lot of droids on that, and it's going to be pretty fun. We're stoked where that's going to be going.
For those people who are Legion veterans, so maybe people who've played with the original core boxes or the stuff from the Clone Wars and things like that, how are they sort of like looking at the new version of Legion and sort of where you're going with it? How do they jump into this and sort of continue playing?
So same thing. So in the fall, they're going to have all these card packs. We're going to have unit command packs and command card packs, so they can get those, and those are going to be a way to kind of get their faction up to speed. Cool. Of course, you can get the rules right now on our website with print and play, but of course, having those nice official cards is really good. So you'll be able to get those right alongside the launch when those box sets come out. That way that new players can get in and old players can feel like they're ready to go.
Excellent. When it comes to the kind of development of the game and sort of how it's changed for you guys over the years, what were some of the things that you've kind of like tweaked and tightened up with the game mechanics to kind of like bring your version of Star Wars to the tabletop in Legion?
Yeah, so the refresh and kind of the redesign of it, right? We wanted to make sure that we were still doing justice to the original core of Legion. Legion's been a very popular game. It has a very robust community. The game systems themselves are really solid. So this new edition isn't really like a complete revamp, right? It's not unrecognizable from the old one. What we really wanted to go in and was to adjust and correct some of the player complaints with the game. We wanted to open up some design space for future development and things like that. So the biggest changes really are the battle deck has changed in terms of the missions that you play. And the primary change that's probably the biggest is that in the original version of Legion, a lot of the missions scored at the end of the game. So you had to play all 6 rounds before you started scoring victory points. That led to an experience that we saw over and over again with players where committing early was bad, and you wanted to really kind of play cat and mouse until round 4, maybe, but mostly 5 and 6. And then you would dive in and you'd get all the action kind of all at once really quick at the end of a 2 hours long game. And we wanted to make sure, we really wanted to see those battles and that excitement come earlier in the game. And the best way to do that from a design perspective typically is to have dynamic scoring. So we've accelerated scoring to happen earlier in the game, which means that you as a player are incentivized to you have to commit something. Now you don't have to fully commit. You can obviously play the delay game, those kinds of things. But if your opponent gets on those points, you have to respond in some way because they will eventually outscore you, right? Yeah. And I think that adds for me as a player, I think that adds a really interesting level of tactical strategy to the game where you're like, okay, do I push forward or do I wait for my moment and do everything I can to make up the deficit that I've built? So that was a big one. The other one that we did is we changed the cover system a little bit. So cover used to be a flat -2 to any of the hits that came your way from an attack. Because it was such a hard-coded number, what happened was there were 2 things. It was very easy to ascertain whether your attack would do something or not because you could just do the math. The math was very simple and easy to figure out, right? It's just 2. that created problems that we discovered because one of the big things we wanted to bring this new version was larger squads. Okay. We wanted to take the game from kind of a low skirmish war game, where you had 20-some, 30-some miniatures on the table, and really make it the Legion that I think people envision, right? You talk about the Battlefront 3, massive armies. We think of the Battle of Hoth, we think of the battle on Scarif, those types of things where we have big forces clashing.
Proper combined arm affairs kind of
right. Exactly. And so in order to do that, what we discovered is that the dice math had to have a way to expand and contract. It had to have a variability to it. What we did is we turned cover from a flat -2 to a saving roll, effectively. Okay. So now, depending on the number of hits, if you have cover, you'll roll a saving throw for cover, and then you get your normal saving throw. And this means two things. It means that we can make bigger squads, and they don't blow out the dice math. It also means that once you have a smaller dice pool, you actually are more effective. Because one of the emergent strategies in the original game was you kill 2 or 3 troopers from a unit, and then that unit can't do anything to you as long as you're in cover. Because the math just simply says, you can only get 2 hits. I ignore 2 hits. Good game. And that was, that's also something that's a little off of what you want the player experience to be. You don't want people to be like, all I have to do is do chip damage to you and then you can't do anything back to me. We want to see these squads going all out. You want to see those moments where that one trooper, we all have those experiences in tabletop. That one trooper defies the odds, wins the game for you, and then you have to give him a special paint job and a name, right? Like, it just becomes a thing. And forever, you always tell the story of, like, Jim, the great clone trooper who, like, won the battle of whatever.
He's got it.
Exactly. So we wanted to make sure to bring that back in. And then, of course, we went through and we did a lot of rebalancing on the units. We updated some of the core units from the original part of the game, both in Sculpt and in Rules. So it was a lot of that stuff. So it should hopefully, all the core components that we felt made Legion are there. The command card hand that players use to determine priority, to determine order control, the random order draw when you don't have assigned orders up. And then, a lot of the stuff with like army selection and building, you still have your core choices, your special forces, those types of things. Tokens typically work the same. There's some streamlining there. So it was a lot of cleanup, but then there were a couple of core fundamentals that we shifted. We didn't change, but we moved the way in which they worked in order to open up the game into this new experience that's larger, hopefully more exciting, hopefully a bit more fast-paced, but still has that Legion essence at the end of it.
It feels like you've been able to kind of solidify your vision for what Legion, what you wanted Legion to be, and sort of bring that to the tabletop and distill it in these new sets and all that kind of thing as well. I will say there's loads of really fun customization things coming up for you guys. Oh. I love the set where you can do your own little Jedi General and stuff.
You don't even know yet. You don't even know. Oh. It's going to be so fun. We've got these 4 kits coming out that are like the way to build your own character and do your own thing. Yeah. We literally just finished doing a whole staff challenge for building your own stuff there. So you're going to see some stuff where like the Jedis, hey, you want to do a single blade, double blade. But even then, like with the droids, we had the Tactical Commander droid. Yeah. So we had that new like 3-leg droid that's kind of new to Star Wars, which is cool. So those are going to be really kind of fun to like really kind of level up that and bring your own version of how we like building miniatures to Star Wars.
So you guys have got some really fun stuff coming up for Legion, loads of things to look forward to throughout the year. We've been talking about it over and on Tabletop quite a lot, sort of showing off things you do. You previewed at Adepticon and things before that as well. Hopefully we'll be diving into a little bit more with you guys later in the year. Maybe that would be fun. Dive into those start sets.
It's going to be fun.
Oh, good. That'll be fun. Yes. We are going to go and actually talk a little bit more about Shatterpoint as well. But before we move over to there, I just want to make sure to say go and watch the live blog and, of course, watch the live stream. And we'll see you guys in a little minute to talk a little bit more about Shatterpoint and Star Wars.
Woo!
Bam, bam, bam.
Amazing.
Bam, bam.
Oh.
Yeah.
The amount of work that they've put into Legion to kind of bring it back to the tabletop, I think, has been absolutely fantastic. The guys at Atomic Mass are like taking things to the next level. As I said, I already have a massive Rebel army, but I am just so on board with the idea of doing Darth Vader and his Stormtrooper legions. Oh, it's going to be so good.
I'm not saying I'm waiting on Bale & Skull or anything, but...
Well, he's coming to Shatterpoint, so you might end up finding him popping up in Legion as well.
I want the lovely grey Jedi front and centre. For some unknown reason, Wikipedia says he's a Sith or he's a dead Jedi, and he's none of those things. He's very much grey, straight down the line. So yeah, looking forward to seeing where they go and how I'm going to be able to expand my forces, because there's a ton of cool miniatures coming for it in the not too distant future. No.
I am very excited for Star Wars Legion. Make sure it comes out in my hands. I need to have all those starter packs. Maybe I go into the Clone Wars era. I don't know. Jerry, stop me. Okay, right. Sorry, I'm dreaming now. I'm dreaming.
I won't be stopping you, not one bit of it, son. For people waiting outside, you're about 20 minutes away from the delight that will be the award ceremony for UK GE 2025.
Ba-boom.
And the Surcoats Painting Masters.
Yes. Oh, my God.
So, yeah, they're going to be coming up starting about 3 o'clock. So, about 20 minutes' time. So, we've got another wee video to lead you up to that.
Yeah, dive into the world of Conquest.
Hello everybody, welcome back to UKG 2025. I'm here over at Parabellum Games with Daryl to talk all things massive fantasy.
Yes, indeed, we're excited to be here. Conquest is having a lovely show.
Starting off with massive fantasy then, the Uroni, your 9th faction, a faction made entirely of brutes. Interesting concept and a fantastic looking design and execution.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the nice comments. Yeah, we wanted this to be a brute army. One, because it would make it a little simpler for folks who are new to miniature gaming. They don't have as many models to assemble, so it's a little friendlier if you're looking to start. But Uroni by no means is it's still a fantasy game, right? So we have the complexity built in. As you get to learn the faction, you learn more how to play it as you play it more and more. I guess that sounded oxymoronic, but you get the idea. The goal is that it's easy to approach, but there are a lot of things for you to master and have fun with.
Well, this is one of the things I was talking to some of the other guys from Parabellum about. My initial plan with the Uroni is to field them as individual units as they come. However, a lot of them are capable of being mixed into the modular units, and that's where this extra layer of complexity and strategy comes in with your list building them.
Yeah, exactly, and we built them with ideal cards instead of command cards, so that you do have the flexibility with each brute to play it a number of different ways. So your army is the most flexible out of all of our factions so far. Every Uroni gives you many, many ways to play. Thus the complexity I noted before. As you learn it, you'll start to unleash the power of it. But it does take a little bit of learning. You got to do your reading.
Yeah, and I mean some of the figures that are coming out for the Uroni are absolutely superb. If we take a look at some of these absolute behemoths in the cabinet tray. I mean,
this is the new yokai that you're looking at right there. The yokai is just stunning. That's the monster. That's the first series of monsters that will come out for the Uroni, and that releases next month in June. So we're very excited about that. In July, we'll follow with the Yorigumo. I didn't have one painted yet, so I didn't bring it. But these are geishas on spider-like creatures. They're massive and they're gorgeous. So, a lot of fun. And then if you go down 2 rows to the Damaro Damashi, this is an architectural marvel, is the way I'll put it. I am still not 100% sure I know how they stand on their own without magic being used somehow. Just the way they've been built. And I will say to folks, we do have a video on how to assemble them, because it does require a little more assembly care, shall we say.
Finesse.
Yeah, a little finesse. The magic we talked about.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that really drew me into the Uroni was the whole Oriental theme, and it's nice that the continuing expansion of the world of EA is opening up avenues to explore and take what would be generic fantasy tropes. I mean, there's a lot of demons out there, but they nearly always look like something that's come out of Tolkien's Balrogs and that sort of thing. So taking the Oriental twist, the Japanese, Chinese flavor, and then producing these is a whole other look to demonic force.
Yeah, that was our goal, right? We want each faction to really be different. There are fantasy tropes, of course. We have knights in armor on horses and cavalry, and they're amazing and they're beautiful. But there are a lot of companies that have knights on armor and horses, right? So our goal is to always create new things. And in that vein, we're really happy to announce our 10th faction, the Weaver Courts. And we'll bring you over here to show you the artwork. We do have one model. I probably should have started right there. But that model actually is the first of the Weaver Court model that we debuted in our organized play kits probably 2 years ago now. That was the tease. But now we're so pleased to bring to everyone the Weaver Court art, and this will be our first faction that is brutal Fae. That's probably the best way I can describe it. You're going to see human-like creatures that have molded with insects and animals and nature. So it's going to have a very, very natural, beautiful aesthetic look, but still be very fantasy, sci-fi, and Fae looking. So it is going to be, again, very distinct from anything that is out in the market now, but also anything that we currently have on tables. So as you play Conquest, you're going to really, again, have the opportunity to create your own look that feels right to you.
I think that's the important thing, because everybody likes to have a faction that they can hang their hat on, right, and find something that's unique and different, and you get a lot of that with Conquest. And I know they have been on the back burner, or every now and again they bubble up close to the surface and then you just see the water cresting, but they never broke through. And there's so many fans of Conquest out there who have been champing at the bit to see these. Yes. Finally, Instagram, Facebook, and everything else can calm down. They're almost here.
Yes, it was probably the single biggest thing that when we announced the Aroni, wait, no Weaver Courts? And so announcing and pulling the curtain off of this yesterday was, for me personally, a huge relief, because now I no longer get the, why are the Weaver Courts? But we wanted to take our time with them. We wanted the art to be right. We wanted the sculptures to feel right. We didn't want to be too Fae. We wanted to still live into the Conquest reality of this is a war game. Yeah. It can be and should be brutal at times. These are fierce creatures, not just gorgeous creatures, and they will do some damage to you on the table. So we wanted to make sure we get the gameplay elements right and the aesthetic right, and we took our time, and we didn't want to rush it because we could tell how important it was to the community. Like, they made it very clear to us that it was important we get it right.
I mean, the fact that the living world exists, we've been seeing hints of what the Weavers have been up to for a long time. And it's always been in the background. There are Easter eggs here and there. So it's that step of world building that you don't want to have a misstep and wreck something that's been years in the crafting. So when can people expect to sort of start seeing bits and pieces come out about them?
Yeah, so the Weaver Courts will launch. We'll have a happy hour July 10th, which will be at 3 o'clock Eastern, which is our normal time. So we'll have that where we'll start showing models. We'll show the army list. We'll give people truly more of a flavor of how they play. We'll show the different seasons, because they will play seasons. You'll have an autumn group, a spring group, a winter group, and a summer group, which can operate together or somewhat like sub-factions. So that'll be quite exciting. And then the first release will be at Gen Con in Indianapolis at the end of July. We'll have a limited edition preview model of Tatiana, I believe it is. I haven't seen it myself yet, so I don't know. So if everyone thinks that we're so far in advance and I'm holding secrets, sometimes it's that we're just working that close to the timing. And then that one I have not yet seen myself, so I'm excited to see it as well. And then the release starts in September with starters and the first units, and they'll continue October and November, hot and heavy, so that by Christmas, for sure, if you want to play Weaver Courts, you will have a 2,000 point army that is tournament ready by Christmas, for sure.
Okay. There you go, folks. If you haven't been on one of the happy hours before, they are a delightful happy hour. They're also incredibly difficult to get into because it fills up so quickly.
Well, we've changed that, actually.
Oh, have you? Oh, good.
Yeah, we've actually started, so we've started, we still have the Google Meet with the Vanguards, and then we have the live Twitch stream, which everyone can join, right? And then we broadcast it on YouTube afterwards, so you can't miss it now.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's the best way, because I would always get in early just to make sure I didn't get pushed out of the Google Meet, because there's limited there. Yes. But there you go. Everybody will be able to see it. If not on July 10th, then July 11th, when you wake up the next morning, it will already have been on overnight, and you'll be able to catch it up video on demand, as I believe the kids say. Where can they find you here at the Expo?
We're at booth 3-462, which is the third hall, a little bit back towards the back corner, which is kind of nice, close to the toilets.
Very handy. And looking for you online then?
Yeah, we'll be at para-bellum.com. The Weaver Courts are up there as well, so if you want to read a little bit about them. And they will be fully fleshed out in the lore book, which comes out next month as well, along with some new surprises for people.
Well, there you go, folks. Plenty to be taking your attention. I'm still trying to fixate on my Euroni at the moment, so this will not distract me. But we're going to push on and see what else is here at the expo. Always a pleasure to talk to you, Daryl.
Jerry. Thanks so much.
Bye-bye. So, there you go.
Yeah.
The 10th faction coming for Conquest.
They really have been pushing those out, and the models continue to look amazing.
I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with the Weaver Courts, because they have been talking about them since the very first, well, I mean, it's 10 years old now, over 10 years.
Yeah. And they've been popping up in sort of lists of what's coming next and that kind of thing, and votes and all that stuff.
People have been able to vote for them, and every time they've voted something else in front. So that's just how that goes.
You're never going to get the one that you voted for, Jerry, you do realise that. So.
I will get my Dogs of War, or Daryl will pay.
Eventually they'll run out of other factions to do.
Yeah, just by default. The prizes are about to be wheeled out for 2025. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it will be with Tony and Richard, and they'll be getting straight into all of the UK GE 2025 prizes, including the Sir Coates Painting Masters. So we'll see you after that.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Code names.
Code names.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
Good afternoon. Oh, I'll go home then. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. I know the energy's all gone. You're just thinking about getting home and getting your tea, explaining to the other half why there's no money in the account. I understand. That's all right. Yeah, I'll give you a little time to pause and think of a decent excuse, because I know you haven't got a good one. Okay. Hope you've had a good time. Yeah? Wow, what a show. Did you have those numbers, by the way? He has those numbers. Right, so what we're going to do, we've got the People's Choice Awards, okay, that are just here. So the 4 awards for games that publishers put into there, and we have Judges Awards done by professionals. Well, actually just people who like playing games and really love them and love that category, and they come back, and we've had those, and those were presented on Thursday. This is the People's Choice. This is the one that matters, yeah, where the public have been voting all weekend, and these are going to be the 4 winners. I've then got my Child Ticket Award. If you're a child, put your hand up. There you go. Wave your little ticket about for me. So that ticket was designed by somebody who came to the show, and we're going to bring them up and give them a certificate, and you can give them a round of applause. It'll be all very good. We're then going to tell you what the attendance has been for this year for the show. And then after that, Duncan Rhodes Painting 2 Thin Coats competition will present their 700 trophies, including this magnificent beast, which has now got fingerprints all over it. We'll just put that's okay. Yep. For the painting competition, has anybody been over and seen the figures in the? It's a dark art, innit? It's, you know, it's not real. I don't know how they paint that. I'm like, dip it in the pot. No, it's still rubbish. Okay. It's a beautiful thing. Before you go today, go and have a look, and you will be gobsmacked at the skill that people can put into doing figures. And so we're really pleased with that. Go and have a look. And we'll have Duncan Road, who is off the tube net, and he will be presenting those. Is that right? Are we ready? Okay. By the way, this is Richard Denning, one of the co-owners and directors of the UK Games Expo. Don't clap him, you'll just encourage him. And I'm Tony, and I'm one of the directors. I'm the other director, the other half, Laurel and Hardy. So, shall we introduce our guests quickly? Peter Atkinson, owner of the legendary Gen Con. Wizards of the Coast, Magic the Gathering, basically, you name it, he's had his finger in the pie. Yeah? Lovely gentleman. Put your finger away, it's a family show. This is, I don't know if anybody heard of Dungeons and Dragons? Yeah? Gary Gygax? Meet son of Gary Gygax, Luke Gygax. Yeah? Melf's Acid Arrow, his character. And Gary Con. And he's unfeasibly large. I'm not sure what's happening there. American, yeah. They make them large. No, sorry, Pete. Pete's had a rough life. Steve Jackson, Games, Munchkin, all sorts, yeah. There's Steve we got all the celebs today. Okay, so these 3 gentlemen are going to take a photograph with the winners, so you can look back and go, here I am stood with 3 strange men at a show. Okay, give me an award, Mr. Denning. So, the first one is for People's Choice Award, Best Role Playing. And it goes to The One Ring, Moria, Through the Doors of Durin, Free League Publishing. Oh, look at that. He's right down the middle of the aisle. It's like a catwalk. Congratulations, man. Well done. Go with Mr. Photographer Bloke. If you haven't seen that book, it's beautiful. I couldn't play with it because I'll get me smudgy fingers all over it, but beautiful book, beautiful artwork, really in depth. The Minds of Moria. Free League Publishing. Do you want to say anything, mate? Yeah, go.
I'll go with the next one then. The next category, People's Choice Awards, in the general category, goes to Australis from Cosmos.
Come on, guys, get it together. You're professionals. Cosmos Games. No, you've got to go now, mate. Charge your rent if you stay. Cosmos Games. Win an award. They think they own the place. Right. People's Choice Award for Best Strategic goes to SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, CGE. Oh, and you've bought me a gift. Thank you very much. You get the award, yes. Come and see these people. They'll give you a photograph with them. Very famous people. See, sensible lady. Marketing, obviously. He's brought the game with her to be in the photo. What are you doing, Cosmos? You didn't bring the game. Look, you could have had it in the... Look.
People's Choice Award for the family category goes to Harmonies from Libelud.
Oh, the lovely Roger and Hannah, sporting their Asmodee t-shirts. They're on brand. Look at that. It's lovely. It's beautiful, Roger. It's beautiful. Look, and yeah, see, he's got his game with him. They've even brought their own little photographer, people. Look what's going on here. Ours isn't good enough. You're rubbish, your photographer. Ben, they're dissing you out here, mate. We pay for him. I mean, I could have got you for free. It's not a film. Duncan Rhodes will be along in a minute. He's a YouTube star. Thank you very much. Thank you, Roger. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you. I'll expect a tip later. And finally, on this part of our awards, our ticket designer, Flora Walter. Where are you, Flora? Flora. Come on down. Well done, Flora. Woo! Here you go. Here's your certificate to hang up on the wall, and you can say to your mum, I'm a winner. When she says your room's not tidy, you go, but I'm a winner, mum. When she says, oh, I want you to do something, but I'm a winner. When she says you spent your pocket money, you go, but I'm a winner. Bit extra, please. There you go, mum. Oh, it's all a good service. Do you want to go and stand with the weird gentleman? It's all right, we've checked them. They're fine. Not sure the one on the end, but the others. Luke, the big American's fine. Look how smiley he is. Thank you, Flora. Congratulations. Attendance time. So I know what you want to know. Is this show been bigger than the last one? So it has to be said.
Yes.
Oh, well, that's ruined it, isn't it? I had a whole thing there. I had a mime and a song. I don't know what the numbers are. You know the numbers. Will you do the numbers?
I'll do the numbers. Right, so this is the first show that we have ever passed through 40,000 unique visitors, and we had 42,000 unique visitors. And what we mean by unique visitors is that Tony is a unique individual, as you can see. However, so he is a unique visitor, but he's been to the show 3 times this weekend, so he counts as 3 attendances. So the other figure that we talk about is attendance, which is the turnstile, the people days. So this is the first time that we've ever had more than 70,000 attendances. So we have had 72,000 attendances this year.
Well, congratulations to me. Look, we appreciate everything you do. Duncan Rhodes will be presenting the Dark Magic Painting Awards, or the Sir Coates Masters, as he's calling it. That will be happening in just a couple of minutes. Be good for you to hang around. We'll be showing what the miniatures are on the big screen. Well, the medium-sized screen, let's be honest. Yes, the big screen. And we'll be giving those out. So it'll just be a couple of minutes while we switch over, or as I say, switch over, find where Duncan is. So what time is it? Well, what are you doing there in a hoodie? And your knees out. It's a family show. You don't want to get your knees out, mate. That's what you're doing. You're
hurting my feelings.
You're hurting my eyes. Duncan, you're a star. This is Duncan Rhodes. He is a genius painter. Yeah? I taught him everything he knows, obviously. I'm going to hand over to you, mate. You take your awards away. It's been a pleasure to work with you on these awards for the first year, and we hope that This is going to be a multi-year that grows into the best painting competition in the UK. And anybody who's put an entry in, man, we are in awe. So take it away, Dunk.
Well, thank you very much. Hello. Hello. Do you know, when I was a kid, I had two big fears. The first was spiders. The second was public speaking. So not quite sure how I managed to get here, but I'm very grateful for it. And I'm very grateful to all of you who have entered and allowed us to come to this competition. So from Roger and myself, Roger is a fellow I've been working with for all these years and is frankly responsible for, for all of this. It means the world that so many of you came here to take part in this. So thank you so very much. I won't take up too much time because, of course, everyone wants their awards, right? And as mentioned, we do have 700 trophies to get through. So I'll just quickly say a big thank you to our guest judges. We have Mike Anderson and Sam Rowlands, who are painters of incredible skill. And I am so glad that they were here because, well, I wouldn't know what we would have done without them, frankly. Next up, massive thank you to the UK Games Expo, who are absolute professionals and could not do enough for us in arranging all of this. So thank you so very much to you. And finally, to the crew from OnTableTop for all of this incredible setup. Look at all of this. It's amazing. So thank you, guys.
It's all bluff and muster.
Okay, so let's get to it. The first that we're going to give the awards for is for single miniature, an incredibly difficult part to judge, but we did our best. And in third place, we have Stefan Ashwell with Obitius. Right, let's see. Second place then, with silver for single miniature, we have James Grinham with his second edition 40k Blood Angels captain. And finally, in gold place for this very competitive category, we have Peter Bell with his Goblin Bust. Okay, so next up we're moving on to squad, and this is one I was very excited about. Seeing squads and armies is definitely my sort of thing, and the standard here was a beautiful once again. In third place with bronze, we have George Coleman with his Blood Angels Veterans. Then moving on to second place for squad, we have Dan Mennel with his Necromunda Corpse Guild. Oh, there's always one. And then in first place, we have Callum France with his Fallout Protectrons. Okay, so moving on. Next up we have Squires. So this is for the youngsters among us, and this is always a fascinating category because it's amazing seeing just how good some kids are at painting these days, especially when I think back to how I was painting when I was their age. So in third place for Squires, we have Billy Stone with his Harbinger of Decay. In second place for Squires, we have Atherley Oaks with Typhus. And then finally for Squires, for gold, we have Adam Bainan with his Lord of Blight. Okay, so next up we have a very interesting category because this is unique to UK Games Expo, and that is board games. And we had literally no idea what to expect for this one. I was hoping someone would enter a wooden meeple, but anyway. So for bronze, for board games, we have Alex Marsh. Okay, in second place, we have Ewan Lomax with his miniature from Rising Sun, a member of the Koi clan. And then finally, in gold for board game, absolutely beautiful painting and amazing attention to detail, we have James Grinham with his Aliens and Colonial Marines. Okay, so next up we have vehicle, always exciting and interesting to see, especially for weathering techniques and things like that. In bronze, so third place, we have Peter Bell with his Imperial Fists Dreadnought. Next up, in second place, with an absolutely beautiful miniature with a, as I say, wonderful weathering, we have Craig Pickup with his Death Guard Predator. And then finally, in first place for vehicle, the most magnificent tiny little aeroplane I've ever seen. It is Simon Jones with his Xiphon Interceptor. So for the final category, this is for monsters. In third place, we have Sarah Thompson with her Mangler Squigs. Next up, in second place for silver, we have Thomas Wormold with his Fomeroid Crusher. And so finally, in first place with gold, we have Dan Mennel with his Ogroid Myrmidon. Is he here? No? Oh. Okay then, so moving on to the big one, because we have an overall champion, and it was quite intense debate and real attention to detail, so much so that I put on my glasses. I have to wear glasses now sometimes. Kids don't get old, it's not fun. And it was quite a debate, wasn't it? Going back and forth. But in the end, we settled on one particular piece because we just loved the presentation of it. It was exquisite, and we loved the weathering that was on it, which just lent such a narrative to, honestly, a collection of robots. So, the winner, the grand champion for UK Games Expo 2025 is Callum France with his Fallout Protectrons. And so everyone, that's basically it from us. So once again, a massive thank you to everyone who took part. It really means the world for us. So from Roger and myself, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you very much for being here, and hopefully we'll see you next year.
Thank you, Duncan, mate, and thank you for everything effort your team's put in. Really loved it. Well, there's not much left to do now. You've got about half an hour to finish off the little you've got left in your bank account. You've got about half an hour to go and hug the people you love and you've met this week. Have a great time. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts from the UK Games Expo, and we will see you next year. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, folks. Alrighty, folks, back with Ross and Will, and we've moved over to the Shatterpoint zone here with you guys at the UK Games Expo. As someone who is a recent Shatterpoint convert, I have moved over into the wonderful skirmish world that you guys have done. I managed to paint up Vader and his clutch of stormtroopers in the course of an afternoon and get it ready for the day afterwards for my games. Oh, it was so good. A little bit of dry brushing. Perfect. For those people who aren't aware, what is sort of Shatterpoint, and how does it kind of differ from Legion, which is obviously the other game that you guys do?
So what's with Shatterpoint is it's moments in time with Star Wars, right? So you can find these characters where they are in that moment, like with some other things. So like we get like Han and Luke and Leia, like on the Death Star escape, coming into those things there. And you get to have those moments where it's a skirmish-based game with high elevated terrain, very thematic moments, and you're going on to like either capture points and do these things, but it's a different game. I think as you're playing through, you're like, oh my gosh, here's my track, here's my stuff, and it's a really kind of a fun way to play with Star Wars in a new way. Chick?
Yeah, I mean, the original inspiration behind Shatterpoint was the idea, if Legion is the big climactic movie moments, right? If it is the realistic kind of representation of the Star Wars galaxy, Shatterpoint is the animated Saturday morning cartoon, right? And so in this game, there are stakes, but the stakes feel less I want to say like real in a way, in that you know that no matter what happens on the table, win or lose, those characters are going to come back next week and they're going to have more adventures. So it's really high octane energy. There's a lot of movement. We did things with like the order system, whereas in Legion it's about command and control. In Shatterpoint it's about reacting to what the Force gives you. And what that means is that you actually draw your activations off a stack that's completely randomized. And you have a couple of ways to manipulate that, but really what Shatterpoint does is it emphasizes tactics over strategy. So you have to think in the moment. Every turn in Shatterpoint is a puzzle where you're like, this isn't quite what I wanted. How do I make the best of it? How do I work my way out of this to come up with the best solution for what's being presented to me? And I think it creates a really dynamic dialogue between players back and forth, and it feels like those moments in the Saturday morning cartoons or like the animated Clone Wars series where you watch your heroes go in with a plan and then they lose the plan and now they're just scrambling to try to figure out what to do and come out on top.
I had a moment where I was playing with Ventress, and I was running her across the top of some of the buildings that you guys got, which are amazing anyway, of course. And I'd pulled her out earlier, and I got her into a position where she was just completely out in the open. And obviously, she's a little bit of an assassin. She doesn't necessarily want to be out there.
Not her favorite spot.
And I was flipping through, and I was like, I've kind of run out of Force tokens to do anything with this. I think she's going to be a little bit in trouble. And then she got shot quite a lot. And she could only stop so many lightsaber blasts coming her way. No, bolter blasts.
Well, it's funny with her too, because like, you want to throw her out because she's so powerful, but like if you do it, you're going to get stuck.
The other thing I wanted to point out as well is that you've kind of got, as you say, you've got this sort of like Saturday morning cartoon feel to it. All the box sets and things that you guys do are all really nicely themed.
Yeah.
How do you decide on sort of what goes into what? Is it based on just watching things like Clone Wars and Rebels and then deciding, or?
Yeah, I mean, the media is definitely kind of our guiding light for that, right? So with the starter box is a great example. So we wanted to kind of cover a couple of different time periods within the Clone Wars. So you have the Anakin with his 501st clones, you have Ventress, well, she's still with the Separatist Alliance and her B1s and droids, and that kind of takes you in the early season of Clone Wars. And then, because we were designing the starter right around the same time as season 7 of the Clone Wars was coming, we were like, wouldn't it be cool if we kind of showed the past of Clone Wars and then the present of Clone Wars in terms of where it was in its showing. And so we took Ahsoka when she's leading the Mandalorians with Bo-Katan against Maul and his Mandalorians as they're trying to take back Maul, or they're trying to take back a Mandalore. And it provides this kind of interesting like look at the range of these characters, where they are in time, right? Like that's a very specific Ahsoka. It's an Ahsoka from like 3 episodes of the show. The Anakin is a bit more generalized over the course of the show, but there's these moments and times that we can pull from and we can use those characters. And then it also kind of gives a nod to the fact that Shatterpoint, unlike Legion, which is a faction game, where you're playing specifically within like Rebel Alliance or whatever. In Shatterpoint, because it's a bit of a dream big, like anybody can team up with anybody on a cartoon, you get a lot more freedom as a player. So if you want to take your Darth Vader squad and you want to put it with an Ahsoka squad, you can do that, right? If you want to kind of see how those things would work in your mind, or you want to tell your stories, you get to do that. And I think that's a really fun thing about skirmish games. It allows players to personalize their collections, the way in which they want to tell these stories, and of course it opens up a lot of opportunities if you're into the list building and comboing aspect. And we did some really neat things with soft bonuses for like, everybody's got keywords, right? So what you'll find as you start playing the game is like you can mix anybody with anybody, but if you really want to dial up your ability to synergize, a lot of abilities have keywords to them. So for example, Clone Captain Rex can do something, but he does it better when he's doing it to clone troopers. And so maybe you want to take more clone troopers, maybe you don't. I think as a player of tabletop industries games, those kinds of questions, that kind of like deck building aspect is really interesting and it's very fun. But it all goes back into creating those thematic boxes. So because we have this system of keywords and the way in which the abilities work, it really incentivizes us to think about, okay, every squad box is meant to be played right out of the box, right? You don't have to think about list building if you don't want to. You can just plug it into your strike team and play. So how are we looking at these things? Which characters make sense within the stories, with the primary characters and the secondary characters and that kind of stuff? So it's all story related.
One of the things that I've quite enjoyed when we started playing was, obviously you normally play with two teams and they sort of work together as a sort of combination. But we were just doing our sort of demo games just with simply one box.
Oh, sure.
And just learning to play that way on a slightly smaller table, because you normally play on a 3x3, but we sort of shrunk it down a little bit to 2x2. And it still felt like a really cool cinematic moment on the tabletop. The other thing I really enjoyed about it was the kind of ways you could do that sort of what-if scenario thing.
Oh, yeah.
So obviously I got my hands on I really loved like the Leia and the Luke and Han one with Chewie as they're escaping from the Death Star. Yeah. And I was like, what if Andor had survived, spoilers for Andor, and he was hanging out with them, and he could sort of like help them with their Death Star run and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, and it was all very cool.
Well,
so
then you get a Vader and a Krennic, right? And then you just
oh
do
my
that
god, it's a grudge
yeah.
match for the centuries.
Oh yeah.
And like that combination, that what if you're talking about, right? It's really neat because all of those characters share the spy keyword, and so they actually synergize really well because they all tag off of that.
That was my thinking.
Right? Yeah, see? So not only did you get a cool what if that's thematic and interesting, but also from a gameplay perspective, you have so much to explore with that, and I think that's really fun.
My other combo is Darth Vader and his stormtroopers, and I bought Iden Verso along as well with Inferno Squad.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that's my way I'm going with that one. When it comes to sort of like a little bit more in the in-depth of mechanics and stuff like that, one of the things that I really enjoy about Shatterpoint is that kind of flow chart that you guys have got for the damage system. So again, you can be very reactive in the way that you deal with certain situations. Obviously, you've got the card flips and things like that. But can you talk us through a little bit of that sort of like flow chart and sort of how that works?
So, yeah, in Shatterpoint, unlike a lot of miniatures games where successes on dice just equal like points of damage, because we had this vision of like retelling a Clone Wars episode, retelling the greatest like character moments in Star Wars, when you think about those moments, typically they're duels, right? They are two characters engaging in combat with each other. And one of the things that I love about Star Wars so much is the fact that the way a character fights tells you as much about the character as any of their lines do in the dialogue. My key example of that is if you think about the fight between Anakin and Obi-Wan at the end of Episode 3, right, on Mustafar. If you watch that scene with like over and over again, and you kind of start to pay attention to how the characters interact with each other in the battle, Anakin from the start he's going for the kill. He's going for
going ham.
Yeah, right.
He clearly is just going to remove Obi-Wan. But Obi-Wan is playing a very defensive game. Like, he's still trying to talk to Anakin. He's trying to talk him down. He's trying to reason with his friend. He really believes he can save him. And then you have that key moment where he's like, from my perspective, the Jedi are the ones who are evil. And Obi-Wan flips. And all of a sudden, Obi-Wan's fighting style completely changes into this aggressive, like, my friend is gone, you are the enemy, I have to end your threat to the galaxy.
So frenetic at that point,
yeah. And in my head, when we were working on the design and thinking about it, it was like, that's what I want to feel on the tabletop. I've always been fascinated in miniatures games, and there's been some great ones. Like, I think the old Confrontation combat system was really intriguing in terms of how you allocated dice, and it felt like you were changing, you were changing parries and strikes and blows. And then Arena Rex kind of was an inspiration for this too, where they did a really neat damage chart, which you can see that is an inspiration behind this, where you kind of flowed down and did different things. We kind of took those ideas and we put them into the next level, where it was like, all right, what if instead of just dealing damage, everything on your chart was an interesting choice? And With Shatterpoint, damage isn't the end-all be-all of the game. It's a very positional and maneuvering game, so there's a lot of shoves, there's a lot of displacement, and what that does is it creates that dance that you see where I can drive you back with my attacks, and then you can like parry and reposition and come back and push me. And so characters are never static on the table, and I think that, you know, it's exciting to watch, it's exciting as a player, and I really think it helps the story unfold over the whole thing. It also allows us to dive into those characters and make them feel more. So Obi-Wan's Form 3, very defensive, very like, he's gonna put you in a position where the rest of his troops can deal with you. Anakin's like Form 5, super aggressive, just tons of damage, not a lot of, he's just gonna eliminate you from the table. And you start to really get a feel for, okay, what am I gonna do? And then we added an extra layer on top of it where primary characters, so your main characters in the game, the ones that kind of form the heads of your squads, they have two sides to their stance card. And you get to choose to flip that once during their activation. So now you have more options, right? You can do the high damage side on Anakin, or you can say, he's being a bit more reserved and he's gonna like position you into a better spot so he gets a lot more shoves. And now as a player, you have all of these different tools in your toolbox to try to address the situations you have. And I love how it makes combat feel visceral. It feels like you're there and you can watch the story play out. So that was a big win for us, and I was really excited to see players love that when the game came out and kind of talk more about it and get into it.
Yeah, it was a really interesting element of it that I kind of, it took me like a turn to sort of grok it, and then I was like flipping the cards over and looking at the different ways it all worked, the switching up of damage and sort of what happens when you defend as well.
Right.
And it all felt really nice, it's like flowed really well.
Well, and then like what's neat is too is as it's happening, you're picturing, oh, that character would do this, and then you're talking like him, you're getting him in positions, you're doing all those like, oh my gosh, I gotta get a picture here as we're doing this stuff, right?
Yeah.
So
as I said, Vader walked across the board and was like, hold on a second, I can just carve my way through all of these guys. And he did.
And he did.
And he did.
Yeah.
Obviously, Shatterpoint is very established. You've obviously got the starter set and all that kind of thing as well. But recently at Adepticon and things, you guys have been showing off a roadmap that goes up into 2026. Can you sort of talk us through some of the high points? I mean, all of it's pretty high and high ground. But can you talk us through some of those things that you've got sort of coming up for that?
Yeah, so it's gonna be pretty fun. So like right now in the case at the show, we've brought the new we have the Rift Hampson, and we have the new Aqua Droid and the Corns as we do more stuff with the Clone Wars. And then we've got things like the Delta Squad from Commando. So as we get on that, you're going to see more of these characters coming out. We've previewed off some Balin Skull and some stuff with...
Balin Skull.
Oh, totally, right? And so you're going to see like Morgan Elsbeth, you're going to see more of those from like Ahsoka and things like that. So as we kind of get there, you're going to see more of these guys come out. And then they also just dropped the new key operations stuff too. So you want to play more thematic ways to play. A lot of there. We have the new Galactic Legends coming out too, so you can kind of play that one character versus all kind of thing. So along with the miniatures, we have a lot of organized play and stuff coming out too. We also previewed a bunch of tournaments. So we have the new tournament kits coming out too, with new cards, new posters, things like that. So like it's not just the minis, which are also a lot coming out there, but if you want more ways to play, kind of too, like you want to play in store, play at cons, you can do all that. Our grand tournament season just launched as well. Cool. So we're gonna have a lot of that going on. So it's gonna be fun. And like, as you see more of these minis on the way, it's gonna be neat.
Yeah. One of the things I quite like about the sort of structure of the normal games of Shatterpoint, which kind of feeds into the idea of tournaments and stuff, is you do that kind of 3-game arc. You go, it's the best of 3 sort of system, and that works so well in stores. Like I've got a store near me that's running tournaments. I'm getting things painted up. I'm going to start joining in, and I'm going to enjoy the process of going through all of that and having some fun with that. I think my Shatterpoint collection is going to grow extensively over the next year or so. There's so many fun things coming down the pipeline. I need gin and all that kind of stuff. It's going to be very cool.
That's going to be next.
Yes. So if you want to come and play a little bit of Shatterpoint, or you want to come and play some Legion, you can always come over to here. It's in Hall 3, I believe.
Yeah,
Hall 3. Hall 3. So you can come and check it out. There are banners and all sorts of things all over the place. Come and get some demos. Have some fun with both Legion and Shatterpoint. The miniatures are gorgeous. And we shall catch you guys in another video very, very soon. Watch the live blog. Watch the live stream. Comment down below. Bye for now.
It eventually did change. I was just about to get up and wing my chair across the studio.
Please don't. I spent a long time building this.
And then it decided it would work. Yeah, Shatterpoint.
Interesting game.
Star Wars Crisis Protocol.
Yeah,
as they object to me saying every time.
Again, it's another interesting game where you can explore the Star Wars universe in a different way, at a different level. Mm-hmm. So that more hero bashy smashy, I like the feel of that.
Yeah, you can absolutely flip out like a ninja. Yes. As all best Jedis do.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'll be fascinated to see where it goes and just how magnificent Baelin's Skull is. I mean, theoretically, he should just be the best.
Yeah, you would hope so.
He's kicked everybody else's ass I've seen so far, so, you know, I have high hopes for him. High hopes for him and Shatterpoint down the line. Great to see the winners there for the UKG 2025 awards. Kind of, I'm not going to say upset. It would have been nice if the Doom song had won the People's Choice Award as well, because then it could have been multi-award winning Doom song. Although it's still multi-award winning because it won an award from us. Well done, us. So in that respect, well done, Caesar, Morgan, and Jack.
Yep.
But the one winning Warrior game is spanking as well, so well worth it. And I will say the other winners are definitely up there. Really nice to see SETI winning. After speaking with Elena yesterday, or possibly even the day before. It's all blurring together now. It was Friday. It was 2 days ago.
This is the thing. This show is now so huge. I mean, there are people that I have been dying to talk to get interviews with, but I've just missed them because it's so big.
Well, it's like that for a reason. Because they won't stop expanding. They should do what Salute do and just refuse.
We have community members waving from outside. Goodbye, guys.
Just going to go, did they leave any alcohol for me this year?
No.
Shame.
No. I don't think they're appeasing the god of Jerry this year.
Yeah. Well, these things are sent to try us. But then the first year for the Sir Coates Painting Masters as well.
Yes. I have to say, the Squires entry blew my mind. That was gorgeous work.
I'm not sure what the prerequisite is. Is it below 16, I think?
Something along those lines.
But I really like and they're in the live blog and some of the photo galleries. You will see some weird and wacky stuff that obviously didn't place, unfortunately. There was a Turnip 28 monster that had been entirely made out of clay, wool for the hair, glitter for mascara, and stuff like that. It was absolutely phenomenal and absolutely bat shit.
Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, I had the good fortune to get a bit of a chat with Duncan, and I was being told the Sir Coates Painting Masters entries this year totaled out to over 700 entries. So the judging was super tight, and I'm sure there were friendships made, broken, reforged. But apparently the only bigger painting competition that they can seem to think of was a Golden Demon in Essen. So for a first year out in here at the Expo, good going. Well done.
Not bad at all. I only got round to see it halfway through on Saturday when the cases were still filling up because people could they could still drop their stuff off this morning. There was just very little time for them to actually get in there.
Yes.
We're going to have a look at another video, I think, before we come back to wrap up for the day.
Believe we're looking at Raybox, is it?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's do that. Hello everybody and welcome back to UKG 2025. I'm over here at Raybox with Marco to talk about a whole host of releases, new releases, upcoming releases, Redux releases, so many releases.
So much good stuff. Yeah, we're happy to be here, and it's our first time we're exhibiting here, and it's been really thrilling, and we've really got a good chance to really demo stuff and really get people playing the game and stuff like that. So it's going real well.
So starting off, for people who are unaware of who you are and what you've done in the past, the first game is Escape from Stalingrad Z.
Yeah, the first game is Escape from Stalingrad Z. It's a narrative campaign, kind of choose your own adventure style game. And aside from, it's a weird world war, so it's World War II with zombies.
Yeah.
And one of the unique aspects of the game, I mean, it's very tactical, of course, but is that it plays on an open book. So you play directly on a book, and it's got a really small, compact space, quick setup, like 2 minutes to set it up, and about 20 minutes to half an hour session. So that's some of the real kind of the key things that bring people back to it or make them interested. And it's solo play, of course. I forgot to mention solo play. I just figure everybody does solo play now, but anyway, so that allows, I decided to do solo play because when I get a game and I get it home, I want to play the game. And I don't want to wait for someone to be my friend and decide to play the game with me. So I want to crack it open. Yeah.
So the initial Stalingrad Z, the book itself is a narrative adventure that you play through with characters. If you come over here, Shay, you can see an example of it laid out. And this is the next game that's just hitting the market now post Kickstarter.
Yeah, this is the sequel. So the Escape from Stalingrad Z came out actually at the UKG 2 years ago. We're almost sold out of that game, but the sequel is Escape from Project Reza, which is an actual Nazi underground complex that existed during World War II. And we basically were like, maybe they had zombies there too, right? And it uses the same system. It uses the same way of playing on a book and all that. We've kind of extrapolated a bit further. It's the sequel. It's a standalone sequel, so it's kind of like 6 months later, right? Yeah. So 6 months later, this is happening, and I like to look at it like movies. Like you see, the first one's the first movie. Yeah. Like Stalingrad Z was like Alien, and then like Escape from Project Reza is like Aliens. Yeah. So and so far the reception's been great. Not only like here with the fans, and through just we've actually picked up good distribution. It's available kind of everywhere as it's coming along. So it's very good.
Yeah. The nice thing about this is there are really gorgeous miniatures that you can get, but it's a deluxe add-on. If you want to, you can just play out of the box with standees and counters as well. So if you're not a miniature painter and you don't want to go that way, you've got the opportunity to just play something very light and very compact.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Like, part of my concept with the business was to be able to offer a game which could easily add on miniatures, but you weren't kind of forced to buy them. So there's plenty of people, and I'd say about half the people who buy the game who are just interested in the game and the story and the tactics and having fun, and they don't want to pay an extra $50 or $100 for miniatures. Yeah. It's just not their thing. So that gives my game access to a larger crowd of people. Yeah. And those who do want miniatures, of course, you can buy them in the game. Really, it's technically miniature agnostic because you don't have to buy them, but we have a whole slew of stuff that's like, kind of official miniatures as well.
Now, both of these games use the Path Unknown system. They're World War II. However, you do also have a delightful Dark Ages game / early medieval.
I would say, yes, we do have that. Gates of Nilheim, it's kind of like a Nordic horror type of game. And what happened was after I did the World War II stuff, it was like, I wanted to access, not everyone's into World War II. Yeah. Plenty of people are into fantasy style games, and certainly plenty of people are into Viking games. So it was about creating a Viking game. Really it was about creating a fantasy game, but I chose to do Vikings because it's a bit more edgy, I feel. I mean, they really, Vikings are edgy. Yeah. And in this particular one, which also uses the same basic system, like I'd say 80%, 85% the same, and still uses the book format, this game, I wanted to create a world using the mythology of the Viking mythology. So it doesn't have zombies because the Vikings didn't have zombies, but they certainly had Draugr and other kinds of really cool Maldrums and other kinds of really cool creatures. So we incorporated that into the game. And so plenty of undead still, yeah. Right? And it's really Vikings and the Christians kind of teaming up, the Irish monks teaming up to fight this unholy bastard, the Shadow Jarl. And so it's all set there. It's set on an island tomb, and it's really cool.
Directly below those in the cabinet is something that moves away from the gritty, unrelenting horror of zombies, something a bit more family-friendly and kid-friendly.
Yeah, so after we did the fantasy one, and Tom proposed to me about doing something with cats, and it was about trying to, again, access a different market, but using the same, kind of concept that we had. And so anyway, so we have the Cats of Mont Saint-Michel. The Cats of Mont Saint-Michel is you get to play cats basically during the just at the end of the French Revolution, and it's really fun. And it's basically the type of game that we found a lot of people who are interested. I think a lot of people really love cats. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. They love cats. So that game is our most successful game, even though it's the most recent game. We raised, I think we're close to 4,000 backers one way or another. It's being translated into French, Spanish, into not Italian yet. So French, Spanish, Polish, and Mandarin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's being made in China too. Yeah, I mean it's going to be played in China. Yeah.
I mean that one intrigued a lot of people. The idea of having a cat-keteer, not mouse-keteers, running around the place in France is particularly, it's just very engaging, very cute, and it has a really interesting aesthetic behind it.
Yeah, well, okay, so first of all, we decided not to make them too cute.
Yeah.
Okay, so the cats are vicious, like so I would be like our cats bite kind of thing, right? And originally it was going to be really designed rules-wise as well as thematically more for children. But as we started developing it, it became not for children. And, instead of vanquishing the rat, you're actually killing it. So, it's you can still play with your, people will be playing with their kids. Like, I play with my daughter, she's 11. But the artist, Omar, he has a great visual stuff. He's on board. I don't know if you know, or maybe it's the first time I'm telling kind of the public, but we're already working on the sequel.
All right.
And that will come out next year. And Omar's on that as well. And it's a really, really interesting sequel. We're going to be setting it in New Orleans. 1866, so right after the Civil War. You got voodoo, you got swamps, you got crocodiles, you got the gambling boats, you got, vets from the war. It's going to be dripping in mystery and creepiness. It's going to be really cool. And I want the cover. He's going to do the cover. I want it to kind of echo some of the Vallejo stuff that was in the, We'll see how it comes. But I want it to be really, anyways, that's the next one. I know I'm getting ahead of myself.
I mean, I'm intrigued by that. I know a lot of people have seen Cats Mont
Saint-Michel.
That one. And we're blown away by the art style and the aesthetic. And when we look at things that we used to watch when we were kids, and even fairy tales we were told, there was always that grimness. There was always a bit of death to it, and you never knew what was going to. Yeah, definitely don't suck your thumb. Scissors will come.
Thumb clipping and whatnot. Yeah.
So those are all solo or solo/cooperative. There is, however, the possibility to play multiplayer with sort of PvP in a more traditional wargame style.
Absolutely. So after we finished Stalingrad Z and we were working on Project Reza, I wanted to be able, it's partly because I wanted to play it. So most of the games I make because I want to play them, then I make them. So yeah, and I really loved Necromunda, and I loved the team, kind of building a crew and outfitting them, and going to market and battling it out, and stuff like that. And so we wanted to create something in that kind of realm, and we came up with Arena Battles, and Arena Battles is an expansion for Stalingrad Z or for Project Reza. But not only is it a whole system to build your crew and a base and outfit them, and rules for tournaments or for fighting your buddies and whatnot, and scenario creation and all that sort of thing, but it's also it also fills in even more lore. Like there's just more background, more factional, and it's just really, really great to bring more life to the universe.
Yeah, I mean, it's another sort of self-contained box. So you've got the battle mats in there, the dice, everything you need if you've got the initial set. However, there's a really gorgeous-looking setup here, which shows that you can play it more like a traditional miniatures game if you have those things.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, it's easy enough for us to do a conversion to do tabletop, and I personally love it. So I built it with the maps because a lot of the players aren't miniature players, so I still wanted them to be able to just play this game, right? So we've got 3 sets of maps in there, and you can easily play it out of the box with whatever you have in the basic game. But for those who might want more of the tabletop experience, we also included rules for conversions, and I like it not only because I enjoy playing it that way, but that its presence even in stores. Like if you have a solo game, it's difficult for someone, no one's going to bring it to the store and open up and play in the store. So creating this game is a way for players to have a lot of fun in store, and then other people to go, what are you playing? And so it's also almost a little bit of marketing to get but something we love to do anyway, so yeah.
I mean, it looks absolutely terrific. Mine arrived just before we left for UKG, so I haven't even opened the shrink wrap off it yet, and I'm planning on doing that very shortly. If people are here at the expo, where can they find you?
They can find us in Hall 3A, and we're at booth 263. We got a corner booth. We've got games running all the time for the rest of the show, and yeah, they can come check us out here. Yeah.
You can't miss it. There's a massive red double-decker bus right opposite it, so that's a good guiding point for you. If they're at home, where can they find stuff online?
Well, you can find all of our stuff on our website, which is www.rayboxgames.com. And if you search the titles on GameFound, we're all on there too. Some people are, they're used to using GameFound, so they can buy directly through there with already registered whatever. So it's good.
There you go, folks. Definitely worth checking out if you're into solo gaming. Maybe you're not. Maybe you've never played solo gaming before, but you're interested in something a bit different that you can pick up and play and have that really nice narrative story throughout the entire thing. And you can jump in at any point or read them all as one continuing narrative for the World War II games at least. We're going to push on and see what else is here at the expo. There you go.
Yeah. So we are pretty much there.
The end is near.
Mm-hmm. Favorite moment of the show, if you have one yet? Well, I say, yeah, we're down near the end.
I mean, I think in about 30 seconds I'll be at my favorite moment of the show.
Tear down.
But, I mean, there were an awful lot. And there's lots of things that will come up in the live blogs and in the best of shows and stuff like that later on. It was nice to see Chris from Neurosurge, to get a chance to chat with him about Codeblade, see where it's going, what their plans are as well. I met James Raggy, Lamentations of the Flame Princess fame. It was gorgeous. And then I walked off with about £250 worth of book from him, which I don't need because my mate has them all. But I just thought, this is a treat for me for being so nice.
Yes.
My credit card doesn't have to be paid for another month, so it's fine. Yeah, it was generally nice meeting a few of the community members as well. I know there were a lot about that I didn't get a chance to see. Some people waved. One person stepped aside, went, there you go, on ahead, Jerry. I'm looking at him going, I have no idea who you are, but thanks.
Oh, I mean, I got all the hugs.
People still licking your head?
Only when we were out drinking.
Oh, well, that's the best way. Jefferson Powers was over from the States. Hopefully he met a few people as he wandered his way through. The nice thing is some people were getting together and doing this whole sort of group thing. And with a big event like this, it's an ideal time to reach out and actually meet people that maybe you've only talked to on the lines.
Yeah, I did have one beautiful little moment where a young lady stopped me as I was stepping outside for a breath of air to just say, thank you for introducing me to Kingdom Death Monster. Myself and my partner play it all the time now. And to me, it's moments like that that really make a show like this great. It's just getting to see everybody.
It's all about the people.
Yeah. On top of that, getting all of the cool stuff. Because I'm sure everybody who came to this show went away with something that they were dying to lay their hands on.
Yes. Right. I think I smell something.
What's that?
Smell you later.
Code names.
Code names.
Codenames. Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.
Code names.
Code names.
Code names. Código secreto.
Really fun.
Codenames is a wonderful game.
Lily, well, we already won, but Lily, give us.
It's Codenames Live.
We're gonna go with check as our bonus.
Ladies, you make me proud.
For years, I've chased the legend of Kairos, an island said to appear once every 2 centuries. They say it hides the Chronos artifact, a relic that can manipulate time itself. Navigating it won't be easy. If I'm going to survive, I'll need to be smart.